Reddit, as a company, has never been well ran, has it? Despite being in existence for over 2 decades now, it somehow only had 3/4 of profitability in that time, despite being in the top 10 most visited websites on Earth for over a decade and counting. How do you even pull that one off? Well, just between all the unforced errors, senseless controversies, and missed monetization opportunities over the years. Like, I'll never forget what Reddit did with cutting off API access to apps like Apollo. Rest in power. But more importantly for today's topic, Reddit's also been home to a shocking number of conspiracies over the years. And I'm sure if you've been following the news lately, you've seen a certain conspiracy come to a head once more. And with all the running around over the files lately, that's jogged my memory on a lesser-known conspiracy. One forgotten with time, one adjacent to Jeff. Adjacent in theory, sure, but also adjacent by proximity, physically, literally. That's right. Today, we are talking about Ghislaine Maxwell's secret Reddit accounts. Plural. Now to start, who is u/Maxwell Hill? Maxwell Hill was the first user in Reddit history to get 1 million karma. In fact, at the week that Ghislaine Maxwell got jailed, they had the 8th most karma of all time on Reddit, out of like 100 million plus users. To this day, actually, they still have the 14th highest karma of all time, despite not posting since like 2020 or something when Ghislaine got jailed. We'll get to the conspiracy. But in terms of what else they've done, they've posted almost every single day for over 14 years in order to get there. And they were moderator or head moderator of top subreddits such as r/technology, r/world news, r/travel, health, economics, environment, cyber laws, bad cop no donuts, politics, pics, funny, the AMA subreddit, WTF, Obama, r/suicide watch, ironic, and r/greed, among others. Now, to establish the fact that Maxwell Hill is Ghislaine Maxwell, I'm going to go over some convenient coincidences that have cropped up over the years. Now, to start, did you know that Maxwell Hill is actually the colloquial name for Ghislaine Maxwell's familial estate? Named as such after her father bought it, but, you know, maybe coincidence. Speaking of coincidences, in the 14-plus year posting history of Maxwell Hill, what few gaps they did have in their posts conveniently lined up with key events in Ghislaine's life. Like, for example, did you know that when Ghislaine Maxwell's mother died, there was a 3-day gap in the posting history? Or what about another 3-day gap that occurred back when there was a Silicon Valley VC party led by Reddit, where Ellen Pao, former CEO at the time, reported seeing Ghislaine Maxwell? Kind of odd, don't you think? Even outside of this whole conspiracy, just take in the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was showing up at parties. And by the way, Ellen Pao said that everyone damn well knew what she did at the time. Like, just outside of this conspiracy, what the fuck? You know? But whatever, convenient coincidence, who knows? Also, Maxwell Hill loved to post about their encyclopedic knowledge involving the age of consent and minimum age of consent laws around the world, including all of the riders and sub-laws and addendums that are attached to each state by state. That's weird, okay? I know a lot of weird shit. That's not one of them. That will never be one of them. There's no reason to know that. That's just an odd thing to know, okay? That's weird. Like, you'd only need to know that and care to know that. There's no reason to be knowing those laws, okay? I'll leave it at that. Speaking of stuff that's sus, what about how they also keep posting, advocating for CSAM? And look, Reddit was edgy back in the day, okay? I get that. That being said, though, that is not something people were okay with at the time, and people commented at the time, too, just saying how weird and sus that was, which it was, okay? Speaking of other sus stuff, she also posted a lot, complaining about all of the different overly strict child protective laws worldwide, which, you know, I am amenable to this because I do think there is a lot of overly strict laws around what children can and cannot do. Like, children should be allowed to go and play independently of their parents watching and overseeing, okay? Their parents' protection should not need to be there, and kids should not get cops called on them just because they're playing without their parents around. It's just, I hate it. But that Of course, that's not the angle she was taking. Maxwell Hill also posted a lot in environmental subreddits that they also moderated, specifically around the topic of ocean pollution and ocean protection, which conveniently is actually what the proven interests of Ghislaine Maxwell were charity-wise too. You see, Ghislaine Maxwell was involved in a lot of charities around ocean protection and ocean environmentalism, such as, for example, the Terramar Project. Also, if you look at when Maxwell Hill's account was created, it was in March of 2006, which is damn early for one, but specifically it was 7 months prior to Reddit getting acquired by Condé Nast. Condé, that nasty publication, owned Vanity Fair, by the way. Vanity Fair, which wrote a puff piece praising Epstein back in the day called The Talented Mr. Epstein. Now, with that connection in mind, reflecting upon my own mind and experiences, I should note that acquisitions, if I had to put a number on how long DD was supposed to be, I mean, it takes as long as it's gonna take, okay? But if I had to put a, median number on it, I'd say half a year. Oh dear, half a year, 7 months, close enough, okay? Now, hear me out here with the Condé Nast connection between Epstein and Ghislaine. Let's hypothesize, maybe, just maybe, Maxwell Hill was created as a DD account for Ghislaine Maxwell to conduct DD on behalf of Condé Nast, and then helped 7 months later broker the deal for it to close. And then she stuck around and kept posting, seeing the value that Reddit gave. Yeah, okay, we're starting to give it loose here, all right? But fuck it, I'm just dumping every piece of evidence I could find online on this, okay? Speaking of which, did you know that the biggest posting gap in Maxwell Hill's history as an account was a month-long gap surrounding the disappearance of Madeleine McCann? Madeleine McCann was abducted or some shit, I forget, but the police released a sketch of the perpetrator that they believed did the abduction or whatever the hell happened. And if you look at this police sketch, shockingly, does that not closely resemble the visage of Ghislaine Maxwell? Speaking of Condé Nast, mass media and all that, Ghislaine Maxwell's family came from media empires. Also, apparently they're in the spying business, but media moguls nonetheless, including such major publications as the Daily Mirror. So one could maybe surmise that Ghislaine Maxwell, if she so chose, could rise to the top of any digital media platform that she wanted to, like, say, Reddit, just like how Maxwell Hill has. And then just to end it off, we got this Gizmodo interview that Maxwell Hill, the prolific Reddit user that they were at the time, gave back in the day, where they mentioned one Jason Calacanis. Jason Calacanis tried back in the day to create a Reddit clone, but Jason was just not known at all outside of certain VC kind of startup circles. And Jason Calacanis, allegedly, was named in Epstein's Black Book, apparently. Just lovely, lovely. Now, in terms of what was done to disprove all these theories, the main thing that came up is a Vice article. Now, this Vice article essentially just made fun of all the different people out there who are seeing all these conspiracies in what amounts to just a series of convenient coincidences, which, fair, but alternatively, if we look at who benefited from Maxwell Hill, arguably none more than Vice. You see, Maxwell Hill, the #1 source and publication they linked to over their whole 14-year history was Vice, sending them billions of views and traffic likely, and overall, the amount of monetary gain they got from that was probably a lot, right? So convenience. Of course they're defending Maxwell Hill, okay? But guess who else is? It's the mods who claim to work with Maxwell Hill too. A lot of mods would say, okay, we knew Maxwell Hill. It was actually just a British man in Malaysia, and the reason that they went offline is simply because they were getting harassed for being called Ghislaine Maxwell, which again, fair, except for the fact that can't be the case. Because on one hand, sure, okay, they did claim to be a man whenever they commented anywhere online, okay? Alternatively, though, if we look at the way they spoke, if they were really British and living in Malaysia, they would speak British, but they spoke American just with random British words thrown in, like, what's a British word? Regardless of what you want to say, okay, that is not how a British man would speak. They would speak British online. They would not speak American with some British words thrown in, okay? And furthermore, when you look at the common history of Maxwell Hill, you'll notice they just say, oh, I visited Southeast Asia and all the countries there once. If you actually were born there, or at least were living there, you would never say you visited once. But to top it all off, there was a second account that came up during this recounting of what Maxwell Hill was. It was called Anouska or something. Now, Anouska, if you look at their history, they never spoke to anyone else. All they did was mod a shit ton of subreddits. They're in this Reddit mod Illuminati, I guess you could say. And when you look at what they've actually done, they've shot up the politics subreddit and the technology subreddit to the point where the technology subreddit got removed from the default 25 that every Reddit user gets subscribed to when they create an account. Genuinely, look this shit up. It's crazy. And so a lot of people there would complain that this girl, they never messaged or communicated. So they were doing all these crazy mod moves, and just when anyone tried to ask them about it, they could never get a hold of them. They would never reply, right? And that can't be done when you're a mod. Now, Anouska, if you look at who's inviting them to mod all the same subreddits, it's Maxwell Hill. It's Maxwell Hill. Maxwell Hill was the one who would invite Anouska to all these subreddits. And if you look at what Anouska would do, it's almost like they're a lapdog acting on behalf of Maxwell Hill. The reason I'm bringing all this up is because Anouska went dark at the same time as Maxwell Hill, despite no heat being upon that account. Now, if you think about it, right, if there was truth to the reason those mods gave, that it's just a British man from Malaysia or whatever, and they were leaving Reddit because of all the harassment, then Anouska would have continued on, because Anouska is clearly Maxwell Hill's alt account. That's a big thing all these Reddit mods do. They have this nesting doll of different accounts that they're secretly behind. So that way, if they get demodded or whatever, if there's anything that goes wrong, they just have another sock puppet to take over and take charge of. And so nothing material actually happens. They get to continue on with their role despite any sort of controversy or malfeasance that they've done. So, that being said, if they left the internet because of all the harassment about being Ghislaine Maxwell, that would mean Anouska would have continued on, but they didn't. They left at the exact same time. And again, I damn well know that Anouska is a sock puppet for Maxwell Hill, whoever that may be, simply because if you look at Vote was this Reddit alternative during the mid-2010s. There was this big free speech thing, and everyone was like, oh, I'm leaving Reddit. And so Vote was created, and it was quickly abandoned. But if you look at when Maxwell Hill made a Vote account, it was on a specific date. And if you look at who else made an account on that exact same time, it's Anouska. Anouska is Maxwell Hill, regardless of what you take away today, okay? I hope I've made that clear. And if you do take the mod's message at face value of, oh yes, Maxwell Hill is a British man from Malaysia who simply stopped using Reddit because they got all these accusations, Anouska would have continued on, and yet they fucking did. Shit. All right, I gotta be honest here, guys. I've been holding out on you. I got a smoking gun that's gonna tie all this shit together in a pretty bow, okay? And it's that Maxwell Hill has publicly stated their birthday is December, but it is after the winter start, so after December 21st. When is Ghislaine Maxwell's birthday, huh? December 25th. That's right. That means, without a doubt, confirmed that Ghislaine Maxwell is Santa Claus. No, but like seriously though, okay, has anything been irrefutably proven here today? Hell no, okay? And look, okay, I get it. Correlation.
Hi, Matt. Yeah, you're muted.
Oh, geez, this is embarrassing. How's this? Is this better? Whoa, check.
I can hear you.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Oh, wow. Everybody in the chat's telling me I'm muted. Okay. Hey, listen. It wouldn't be a Chill Goblin stream if there wasn't a horrific amount of audio issues right off the top here. And can you guys hear our guest today, Presidential Penis? Presidential?
That's it.
You guys can hear him, right? I think you guys can hear him.
I think so.
Okay, cool. I'm a bit quiet.
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to turn myself up a bit here. Check. Almost seems a little bit. Oh, the guest is a little loud. Okay, I can turn you down a bit. How about how's this? Check. All right. Let's get into this. I think the audio is okay. Am I still quiet? Jeez. It's annoying because it looks fine to me on my all of the things that I can see on my end. Okay. Guys, let me know if the audio is unbearable. But thanks everybody for tuning in to another Chill Goblin stream. A special shout out to Cats Are People in the chat here for becoming a member of the Chill Goblin, whatever it's called, YouTube. And thank you for also enjoying all these new custom emojis. All right, very fun. Oh, I need to do a thing here. This is a new scene on OBS. It's not totally up to speed here. Boom. Did that work? Oh, yes, it did, but it's too far back. All right. 1 second. There we go.
The chat's saying I need to test my microphone. Can everyone hear me okay?
You guys can hear the guest, yeah? Oh, maybe here's good. All right. Anyway, yes. Did you see the interview with the guards at the prison she's allegedly at? Me neither. Nice, good one. Okay. He's a little louder than me, eh? Okay. Well, I don't like to be outdone on my own stream, so I'll turn him down. I think we should be okay. Sounds good? Okay, great. Everything's tight. Amazing. I love that. But yes, I'd like to welcome to the stream. This is our first guest, inaugural guest, my friend, Presidential Penis. The Presidential Penis, how are you?
I'm good, mate. How you going?
I'm good too. Very happy to have you here. Presidential Penis and I have been collabing on all of my most recent videos about Epstein. And you have kind of like a history with, getting Epstein-brained, and you're one of the mods on the r Epstein subreddit.
Yeah, I've had the disease since early 2017.
Early 2017. That is pretty early. I think most people kind of got around to this around like, I don't know, 2019, I guess.
When he got arrested, yeah, I'd read the books at that point and had a sense of the huge scandal.
Sorry, what was that?
I'd read the books at that point and had a sense it was a huge scandal. It wasn't at the time. But yeah, I think we're on our third iteration of this dominating the news cycle. I'm confident with that read now.
Yeah, this is the third iteration of it dominating the news cycle. Can you get a little closer to your mic? It's like, it's not that you're quiet, but it's cutting out a little bit. See if that helps.
Oh, let me.
Oh, that sounds better.
I'll be back in 1 sec. It's that standard Wi-Fi thing.
Okay, sure. But yeah, we're talking about this is the third iteration of Epstein being in the news, which is interesting. I would be curious to hear more of TPP's stuff on that. But wait, is there something that hey, what's going on? Blah, blah. Hello, you there?
Yep, I'm back.
Okay, cool. That sounds way better so far. But I'll let you know if you have an issue. So you're saying this is the third iteration of Epstein being in the news?
Early 2015 was the first. It was only conservative media that was concerned, and it was mainly a stab at Clinton's presidential aspirations. Then the second, so I think you've discussed some of that in some of your videos. For example, Roger Stone's Yeah,
Stone was talking
philandering.
about Epstein back in 2015.
Yeah, 2015. And the provocation for all of that was Bradley Edwards lodging the Crimes Victim Rights Act case, which is where we first got a bunch of the information about this scandal. I think it was December 31st, 2014.
Yeah.
And then we end up with, a little bit of a storm in the media. And that first book, who was it? The Potential
Filthy
Israeli
Rich,
Spy?
James Patterson.
No. There was one just before that.
Oh, there was. Well, what came before Filthy Rich?
Yeah. Let me just Google it.
Mm.
And then, the 2018 stuff, and then today.
Cool. Yeah. And I would say, like, I think I've heard you say this as well. Excuse me. This is the longest, like, Epstein has stayed in the news for. I mean, he's not quite as much in the news right now as he was a number of weeks ago, but, like, from the time Elon Musk made that tweet to, like that news cycle where Epstein and Trump were in the news together, would you say, was that the longest time that people have been caring about both of them?
For sure. I don't think anyone's cared at all until the present, at least in the kind of mainstream news. Yeah.
Mainstream news, like people have cared about this. People have been interested, but mainstream news, like, big publications like the New York Times and shit, like
nobody's.
This is the longest that they've wanted to talk about it. And even like Democrat politicians are talking about it now. It's great.
Isn't it wonderful? I feel like previously there's a bit of mutually assured destruction because of Democrats' ties to the scandal. I'm not just talking Clinton, but Virginia Roberts is named, Richardson and Mitchell and so forth.
Yeah.
And they're not big names nowadays, but it's still some skeletons in the closet. And they've seemed to set aside those concerns to get rid of Trump this time.
I mean, it's almost like entirely like the political connections to Epstein are almost entirely Democrats. Aside from Trump, who wasn't a politician at the time. Like Epstein was like going to like Clinton fundraisers and like, like he was not really associated with the Republican Party. I think he donated to George H.W. Bush or something like that. Like, and Bill Clinton at the same time. Like, there's a few Republicans he donated to, but I don't know of any who really hung out with him. So anyway, but I guess people are now seeing, it's worth it to just fuck with Trump, right?
Absolutely.
But so we should get into what we're here to talk about today. And sorry, this is a new scene, so I might have to adjust the audio again. Give me a second, guys. Boom. Hello. Check. Am I good? I think I might be a little loud. No, I think I'm fine. And how about you, TPP?
Yep.
Okay. Wicked. So we are going to be talking about a piece of the puzzle here. A little article. Actually, I'll put it up on screen right now. This is from Confidential, an issue of the Sunday Mirror, which is oddly enough, that's Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell's old newspaper, the Daily Mirror. I think it's actually called. It's the Sunday version, and this is a little celeb gossip page by a guy named Chris Hutchins, who. Your Goblin is based on this dude here. He's
it's an honor.
Kind of a funny looking guy. But anyway, so this is an article here by Chris Hutchins called "How Sweet Trump's Brit of All Right," and it is. You came across this, right? I've seen this shared by lots of people. Lots of people have talked about it, but I believe it was originally you, PP, who found this and can you tell us about that? Like, how did you come across this? What was?
Oh, I think I was in the middle of a 3-month bong haze, and I was Googling quite deeply to figure out Trump and Clinton's ties to this in particular. This would have been 2019 sometime, and you get deep enough into the Google results and you find a website called the Free Library, something like that. I might find it and dump it in the chat. That has the text of this article. And I thought, well, that's very interesting. And went and got the free subscription to newspapers.com and found the original. This is my screenshot you've got up here. And I've been pumping it all over the internet.
Yeah.
Not many people seem to care. Maybe they miss the context, something like this. And yeah, that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to go into a bunch of detail on this article.
And when I was like working on my my video on Trump, I remember you like pitched this article to me specifically as this is the smoking gun. Like this is what
Agreed.
we are going to. You're like agreed, but this is what you said. But I think I agree
Yeah,
too. Like I
okay.
think you've convinced me. I'm actually so frustrated that like people always show the photos of Epstein and Trump parties. They'll show whatever. They'll show this and that, but no one ever talks about this article. No one has tried to follow up with this article. Unfortunately, the dude who wrote it, Chris Hutchins, he passed away. He passed away like a year ago. But he was around for a while, and nobody, I guess, tried to reach out to him. Excuse me, to ask him what he was going on about here. So why don't we read this article, and then we'll delve into all of the extra like shit that you and I have dug up since then. Yeah. So
Yeah.
let me just zoom in a little bit here. Okay. So how sweet. Trump's if all right. And I now understand the joke here. How sweet is a reference to Trump owning hotels. And in England, you say, oh, when you're like trying to communicate to someone that you're horny or that you think someone is sexually attractive, you're like, she's a bit of all right. She's a bit of all right. And it's a pun on bit Brit. That's what that means. Because when I first saw this, I was like, what the fuck is this British gibberish? But no, that is what it means. Not very good, but it's it's tabloid stuff. Okay. Just weeks after ditching his second wife, America's best-known billionaire, Donald Trump, has fallen under the spell of a 20-year-old English girl. Trump, 50, who has failed in his bid to secure the services of Princess Diana's butler, Paul Burrell, was in search of another British trophy when he met London model Anouska de Georgiou at a party in Manhattan. That's how you pronounce her name, by the way, Georgiou. Did you know that?
I've never been sure, no.
I've always been saying Georgiou, but I've heard her say it, Georgiou. Anyway, several American, and then this part's in italics. I don't know why. I don't know why this part is in italics. That's weird to me, but anyway. Several American millionaires already had their eyes on Anouska, but she was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer. Okay, just gonna pause there for a second. What the hell? Like, what? This is something that would have been great to get clarification on from Chris Hutchins, right? What do you mean? She has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer. The property developer being Donald Trump, if that wasn't clear. That's extremely interesting. Oh, you know what? I guess I should mention just a little bit of a spoiler alert here, since it obviously isn't going to be in this article, but Anouska de Georgiou is a known victim of Epstein. She was one of the people who testified at Ghislaine's trial. She's very publicly known now, not at the time in 1997 when this came out, obviously, but now she's very well known as being a survivor of Epstein and Maxwell. Anyway, so that is crazy. Robert Maxwell has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer. Okay, continuing on here. And none of his would-be rivals owned a vast mansion in Florida like Donald does. Mar-a-Lago, where the author kind of brags about his connections, where I have dined with him and his outgoing wife, Marla. That's outgoing as in he's just divorced her. He's not, it doesn't mean she's talkative. Anyway, where I have dined with him and his outgoing wife, Marla, is enough to make any young girl go weak at the knees. Is that what young girls like? Is giant, opulent, golf course houses? Okay. After their meeting, Trump flew Madam Maxwell and the model south to the Sunshine State, where all three enjoyed a happy weekend together. When they returned to New York, Anouska was installed in one of Donald's many apartments there. Ms. de Georgiou likes older men. She went out once or twice with Joanna Lumley's ex-husband, Jeremy Lloyd, who is 45 years her senior. This part's in italics, no idea why. Doubtless, it is the start of a long, by Trump standards, it already is, friendship. Okay, that is a crazy article. What like I know I know something about what it's like to be like combing through all this like trying to get some stuff on Epstein or whatever, but I've never come across anything like this. But I know that it's like it's a great feeling when you can finally find something useful. There's sifting through the bullshit. Like, what was like going through your mind when you found this? Like, you must have been losing your mind.
Yeah, I think I was reeling a bit. I think I went for a walk to try and make sense of it all, and then immediately posted it to the Reddit. At the time, the Reddit was pretty small, and only people who were really interested in the case. So you'd get good discussion there, and yeah, I mean, for me, I think for most people who read it the first time, you start to realize, this is as close as you get to hard evidence of Trump's involvement in the scandal, and pretty quickly, went looking for corroborating details. There is some stuff out there, was some stuff out there at this time, but I think you and I have gone a lot deeper in the last couple of months, and yeah, still not a smoke, can't see the gun, but you can see the smoke for sure.
Yeah. You can see the bong smoke that might also be gun smoke.
Yeah.
But I didn't even point this out, but isn't this phrase so weird? After their meeting, Trump flew Madam Maxwell. Madam. He says he wrote Madam Maxwell. Excuse me. Is that?
Well, he did also. He wrote those words above about introducing several friends to the project.
That must be what he's referring to, right?
Yeah.
That she is like a madam. Like it's like, like that one gets me too, because it's just like, this like British people are so like into like puns and cheeky, like, kind of intellectual, whatever, humor and stuff like that. I have to imagine that word is intentional. Trump flew Madam Maxwell in the model south of the Sunshine State. Okay, so for a long time, like this was. Sorry.
He had the whole of the English language available to him, and he picked that specific book. There's definitely intention.
He had the whole of the English language available to him, and he picked a French word. So there must be something going on here. No. So this, I will say, is sus. So we have been delving into this article as much as possible, and that is what we're here to speak to you all about today. Let's start with this article here from this is a Daily Mail article, a surprisingly comprehensive look at Anouska de Georgiou's life. From when was this published? 2019. Yeah. Anouska de Georgiou went to Cape Middleton School and entered a glittering social world, but she's still haunted by her encounter with Prince Andrew's depraved pal. So it goes into. So one thing that makes Anouska like different is that from a lot of survivors of Epstein is that she comes from wealth. Her father is an Italian multimillionaire. Excuse me. I don't know. I forget what he does. Some money thing. I don't know. One of those guys who just makes a ton of money by like moving around money, I think.
Yeah.
But in this article, so we're specifically looking for things to link Trump, Anouska, and Ghislaine Maxwell or Epstein. And here is a paragraph. Here, two paragraphs in this article. And it actually mentions the Brit of All Right article here. Is this maybe where you first heard about it? Like where it says an article published in 1997?
Yeah, I'd already found it at this point because, this is like late 2019.
Oh, so maybe they got it from you.
I'm not so interested. Oh, I like to think that, but you can never be sure.
I mean, it's a Daily Mirror. They probably have access to Daily Mirror shit that we don't have. But so
they also use academic databases to search all kinds of different newspaper archives simultaneously and so on. So it's all at their fingertips, and they would have found this pretty quickly.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's something interesting because it mentions the Brit of All Right article, but then it kind of goes into what Anouska has, has said in later years about Trump. In later years, Anouska appears to have played down her meeting with Trump. In a 2004 interview, she said, "I met Donald Trump in New York at a Bulgari party. We chatted, and I was genuinely flattered." Trump's lawyers maintain he was unaware of any wrongdoing by Epstein, and the president has said he was not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein. Anouska has spoken about Trump in favorable terms. The last time in a 2008 interview with OK Magazine, when she said, "We're friends now, and I attended his wedding. He's adorable. He's been so kind to me. He's such a generous, spirited person." That certainly does seem like she's spoken about him in, positive terms, which that doesn't necessarily mean that, Trump didn't do anything or like Trump is innocent or whatever, but it certainly is, I don't know. I guess I would just say like unusual. I wouldn't expect her to speak about Trump in this way if she had been sexually trafficked to him like we were theorizing that she had. But I mean, it's not really proof either way, I suppose. But this was interesting though. Now she met him at a Bulgari party in New York. That's information at least. Now I want to start building a timeline for you guys because we've sort of tried to break down this meeting with Trump. This article, by the way, is from 1997, November, I think, when was it? 23rd, 1997. So we know that they're talking about sometime around 1997. At the beginning of the article, it says, just weeks after ditching his second wife. Well, and yes, totally, serial TV. Stockholm Syndrome is a real thing. So when did Donna and his second wife, Marla Maples, separate? Well, here's an article from May 3rd, 1997 that talks about their separation. So this is an article about it, May 3rd. Presumably they would have separated a little bit earlier than that, maybe sometime in April. And as it happens, whoops, a little bit scroll down too far here. Around that time, so like 1997 in general, but especially like April onward, that was a time that Donald Trump spent a ton of his free time hanging out with Epstein and especially Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's Trump and Epstein photographed at a Victoria's Secret party with a bunch of models on April 8th, 1997. They used to go to parties together all the time, model parties all together all the time. Multiple models have said that. Here's a photo of Ghislaine Maxwell and I believe this is the owner of Ford's models, Katie Ford. Excuse me. And this is at a party at Donald Trump's apartment in May 1997. And here's another shot of Trump and Maxwell from that same party. Ghislaine's wearing the same outfit there. Looks like she's, same thing. I don't think Ghislaine ever wore an outfit twice. Not unlike Epstein. So were you going to say something, TPP?
No, just Ghislaine.
Oh, okay. So here we have, this is a typed up sheet of what's it called? The flight logs of the Lolita Express. And correct me if I'm wrong, TPP, but I believe this is only one plane, right? The Lolita Express. Epstein had two planes?
And 3 planes. He had 2 Gulfstreams, which are the smaller ones, and then this 737, which is the Lolita Express. And this database actually has all of the information we have about his planes because you can track, or you used to be able to track, the Gulfstreams via their tail numbers in what's called an ADS-B exchange. And so they brought it all together here. But I think this is just stuff from the first set of flight logs.
Like this number here, N908JE for Jeffrey Epstein. That's the, what number is it again?
737.
737 number. But that's a number that all planes have on their tails, and you can use it to like track them, I guess.
Identify a plane, yeah.
Yeah, identify them. And now you can use it, like that's how the guy was like tracking Elon Musk's plane, I guess. But unfortunately, like we can't track it would be great if we could track Donald Trump's plane or Epstein's other
Right.
planes, but we can't. We can't look back at 1997 and find this thing. But we do have this, and this is actually useful. We have on October 27th, we have Chelina Mittelfart, who was Epstein's girlfriend at the time, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, are all flying from Palm Beach to Teterboro, which is in New Jersey, but that's usually how they got to New York. So they went from Palm Beach to New York. Yeah, they went from Palm Beach to New York on October 27th, 1997. And then we have these photos on October 29th of Maxwell and Trump at the Ford Models 50th anniversary party in Soho. So there's Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell. And one of the models, I suppose. And here's another photo of them from that same night. You can see down here, October 29th, 1997. They're out. Trump's like grabbing his belt buckle like some, I don't know, cowboy or something. And yeah, so we know that it looks as though Ghislaine went to New York to attend this party with Trump, or just like hang out with Trump. Now, then on October 31st, Ghislaine goes back to Palm Beach, Teterboro, West Palm Beach. That's right here, if you can see where I'm highlighting. And that's Ghislaine and Epstein go back to Palm Beach. That's on Halloween. And what happens on the next day, November 1st, involves Anouska. So, okay, this might involve a little bit of explanation here. You can see in this. So this is a screenshot I took from the court transcript of Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, and you'll see they're talking about somebody named Kate. Well, Kate is the code name for Anouska. How do we know this? And first of all, I just want to say, at the time, Anouska did not want her name to be associated with Epstein and everything. She had a young child. She didn't want her child to be whatever, but she has been talking about this on her podcast, and she interviewed, what's her name? Annie Farmer, who was another woman from the Maxwell trial, another person who testified, a victim of Epstein's. And she's been very sort of like much more open about it. So I think it's okay to talk about Kate and be like, okay, well, we know Kate is Anouska now. How do we know this? Well, here's again from that same Daily Mail article, which goes over Anoushka's like whole life. Her parents divorced when she was 10. She grew up with her mother, dividing her time between the Cap d'Antibes in the south of France, where she attended school until her teens, and Belgravia in London, where her mother ran a jewelry business. And here is a section from the interview. So you can see here, this is from the court transcript. This is with Kate. When you were approximately 17 years old, where were you living? I was living in England, London. What neighborhood in London did you live? Belgravia. Who did you live with at the time? My mother. So that's just one example, but there are several ways that we can sort of look at Anoushka's life and look at Kate's life and be like, okay, these are definitely the same person, including, the fact that Anouska now speaks on her podcast regularly about her experiences. And yes, I don't think it's a super big, what's the word? Secret. Is we had to talk about this, PP, like whether or not we should reveal that Kate was Anouska, right. But I think I think we're good, right?
I think we're good. I'm not sure if she's expressly said it, but the details are there for people to interpret. It's not just that she grew up in the same neighborhood; it's that she has the same kind of esoteric post-modeling profession. The trajectories are the same. Yeah. And she's made no attempt to hide a public profile. It's just in the court cases. So this is Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, where she has attempted to avoid, the media attention by testifying under a pseudonym.
Yes, totally. I mean, like just scrolling up here, what kind of work do you do now? I work with women who suffer from trauma and substance use disorder. What kind of work did you do before that? I was a working musician, singer-songwriter. Like, that's Anouska. That is clearly Anouska. And I hope that Anouska wouldn't be upset at us saying this, but that is clearly Anouska. So anyway, getting back to this section here, this was from another part of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial where they were interviewing a guy who worked for the U.S. Border Patrol or something like that. Not Border Patrol, but I don't know. Some guy. So one of the guys. What is it? What's the thing that the U.S. has where like the people who monitor who enters and exits the country? I forget. I can't remember what they're called. Anyway, they talked to this dude and they basically had him look up in his like secret database all of the women who were testifying. Talked about like they get flown out of the country, flown back in, whatever. And he looked up all of their names and he found all of their like the times that they'd entered and exited the country. And it lined up with their stories. So this was a way of sort of corroborating the victims of Ghislaine Maxwell, corroborating their stories. And this is just a section about Kate, aka Anouska. Going to what's on page 7, yada, yada, yada. So they're just like looking through the pages of things. It says the earliest one there is November 1st, 1997. So now we have a day that Anouska flew from Britain to America. And this is, I believe this is the first entry ever of Anouska entering America. And this would be when she was 20. But she says that the first time she went to America was when she was 18. And the guy goes on to say, this isn't that important, I guess, but I'll just finish my point. The guy goes on to say that like before 9/11, a lot of times we just didn't write shit down. Like it would have been very easy for someone to enter the country and not be marked down in our system. After 9/11, things changed, but at the time, yeah, this is no big deal. It doesn't mean really anything. But the fact that we have a note here of November 1st, that means that definitely did happen. So we've got November 1st as the day that she entered America. And okay, here's the stuff about Kate. And here's the, why did I bring this part of the case up? Oh, okay. I guess it's because, so here's what's weird is, so October 31st, Ghislaine is back in West Palm Beach. November 1st, Anouska enters the country. We don't really know where she went, but I'm assuming New York. It goes on.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
November 2nd, Ghislaine is still in Palm Beach. Ghislaine flies to Santa Fe. That's the New Mexico airport, SAF. That's the Zorro Ranch. If people are real Epstein heads know about that. The ranch where Epstein planned to house a bunch of models that he could impregnate so he could seed the human race with his DNA. Very weird stuff. Sorry, what was I? That part always gets me confused.
It's a lot to hack, isn't it?
It's which?
Are you talking about the Zorro Ranch stuff?
Yeah, Zorro Ranch stuff. It has nothing to do with what we're trying to say here, but I'm always just like, what the fuck?
Huge diversion, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay, anyway. Where was I? So Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine, so they fly to Santa Fe, and then Ghislaine and Jeffrey fly from Santa Fe back to Teterboro on November 4th. So that means that they're in New York around November 4th. And so I'm assuming that Anouska flew to New York. She said that she only went to Palm Beach once. She said, oh, that's why I had this up. Where did you travel to meet Maxwell and Epstein? Palm Beach, New York, and the island. And she only went to Palm Beach once. And there's a big, long story about her one experience going to Palm Beach to meet with Maxwell and Epstein. But that does not appear to be this time. But she traveled to New York and to the island. Obviously, the island isn't involved here, but she never traveled to the ranch, she says. So anyway, that was just to say, I believe that this shows us that Anouska was just in New York for a few days, by herself or like hanging out with friends or whatever. Like maybe Epstein got her a hotel room or something like that. I don't know. But
His brother had those apartments.
right, yeah, the apartments for models in his black
Yeah.
book, right?
Yeah.
Who knows what she was doing there? But on November 4th, the both of them fly back to New York. Now, if you'll recall from the Daily Mail article, it says, I met Donald Trump in New York at a Bulgari party. Well, Francis, you dug up this old New York Times style article. A lot of times when like researching this stuff, it's just like you can find information in like the lamest places. It's like when I'm like, who would ever want to read this article? Like, who cares about what celebrities were doing last weekend in New York? Okay, there was a party. Cool. I don't know. Is that like, I don't
What's
know.
even more surprising is that people archive this stuff for 20 years, 30 years, and you can still go through the history of
No,
it.
super
Yeah,
helpful.
I think I found this one on, yeah,
Very
I
helpful
found
for
this
our
one on
purposes.
newspapers.com or, yeah, there's a couple of
Newspapers.com.
them too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So here we go. We know that she says Anouska met Donald Trump in New York at a Bulgari party. Well, New York Times, list of parties here. On Wednesday, Boy George played disc jockey at a bash for the renovated Bulgari store on Fifth Avenue. A Fashion Week scene so packed, you needed a battering ram to get in. Okay. And if we scroll a little bit down here, at the Bulgari party, everything seemed to be coming up 80s, from Boy George to Donald J. Trump to the photographer Christopher Makos, who used to accompany Warhol at night. So,
Sorry, I was Googling something. This is the New York Times one. There's also that story that got sold to multiple newspapers saying that Trump was at the party with Marla Maples, and I think even Ivana was there, which is absolutely wild.
What?
So,
Seriously?
There's a couple of different papers. I'll send it to you.
yeah, send me the link to that.
Yeah, give me a tick.
I guess
Continue on, and we'll come back to it.
but that's really interesting. But we found Getty Images. We were able to find a bunch of, so you can see I searched Bulgari with a V to get this, which I guess sometimes it's annoyingly spelled as. But we found a bunch of photos from this party. I think that's what, Mark Wahlberg. There's Boy George. We got, there's a few, there's Boy George DJing. Here's David Lee Roth looking extremely not sober. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. David Lee Roth, and who knows who these other people are. And David Lee Roth and guests. But here's Boy George DJing. God, guys, trust me when I say I have Googled so many. Here we go. So here's what you just sent me here. But yeah, I was just to finish that thought. I've looked through all of these photos. Cannot find any of Trump or Anouska or Ghislaine. But to be fair, the Times article does say a Fashion Week scene so packed you needed a battering ram to get in. So I guess they didn't photograph everybody. Here's what you just sent me. X's marks the spots. Where's this from? South Carolina?
Sorry, it's some shitty paper, but if you do the search, you'll find it's in like 100 papers. I think it's one of those articles that's out cheaply to fill space.
They just write an article and they sell it to a bunch
of
local magazines around
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Yeah. It's 10:30
So it
p.m.
refers to a party DJ'd by Boy George and Bulgari copywriter, and mentions Donald Trump being there with Ivana and Marla Maples also. This is salacious stuff, so I went and emailed the photographers on the Getty Images pictures. There's a couple of them, and they all said they didn't have any other photos they could share. This is a long time ago, and we're pretty dismissive. But yeah, there's a couple of articles you can use to put Trump at the party, aside what Anouska herself said.
Mm-hmm.
So we can be pretty assured that he was there, I think.
Yeah. I think all other things being equal, we can say Trump was definitely there, And we know that Ghislaine and Anouska were like in town, or at least we can be reasonably sure that they were in town at the time. But that's weird. Trump, his first wife Ivana, and his just divorced or separated wife Marla Maples were all at this party. I mean, that's crazy. Must have been packed. Must have been packed for that to go down. Here's Boy George DJing, I guess. Looks like he's maybe like lifting up a record or something there. All right. Next. Okay. So here is the portion where we talk about the research that we did here. Well, I guess we've been doing that, but this is more hands-on research than I usually do. Usually my research is confined to like typing things into different search engines and whatever. But this is some real world stuff.
With that too. We went into eBay and found British magazine collectors. So there was a lot of typing involved, but the difference is that we went ahead and purchased hard copies of these magazines. Yeah.
This is so from the Daily Mail article, if you'll remember at the beginning. They quoted two magazines to sort of show that actually since that time, Anouska has like really, not. She's only said good things about Trump. She said after their meeting, Trump flew Madam Maxwell and model south to the. No, sorry. In a 2004 interview, she said, "I met Donald Trump in New York at a Bulgari party. We chatted and I was genuinely flattered. And then we're friends now and I attended his wedding. He's adorable. He's been so kind to me. Such a generous spirited person." So we were like, okay, maybe there's going to be more shit in those articles. And we could not find them anywhere online. So Francis was able to find these two magazines on eBay. So we each bought one. And this is the one Francis got, the OK magazine from 2004, was it? 2008.
2008.
Here it is. Anouska de Georgiou. It's not often that you get to be naked with Jude Law.
But she did a film in 2004 with Jude Law there.
Yes.
Alfie as well.
The Alfie. She was in the movie Alfie. So where does it say? Oh, and also in the like subheading, the singer and actress on Stripping Off, dating Donald and loving Lee. So they mentioned Donald Trump in the article, but this is it. This is all the article says about it. We went for dinner a few times. We're friends now, and I attended his wedding. He's adorable. He's been so kind to me. He's such a generous, spirited person. This is to the question, you once dated Donald Trump, ... Not really a question, but like some like, OK magazine writer being like, can you give me anything with that? Anything cool? Right. Anything interesting?
And it doesn't give her any like space to talk about criticisms of Trump here, or whether or not she thinks that it was an appropriate relationship, or whether the extent to Maxwell's involvement and so on. It really seems to me like a prepackaged statement, and
totally.
And they missed that context in the article there.
Yeah, like what if she was feeling a type of way about Donald Trump? Like she doesn't have the opportunity to say that here. And I'll also point out they did cut out the first part of the sentence. We went for dinner a few times, which implies like not only did we or I guess it's not like, oh, we met once or whatever. So no, we went out. We were going out.
Yep.
We had a few dates. We dated. But yeah, I think it's interesting that in the Daily Mail article, it's sort of like she's only said good things about him. Well, this was in 2008. Like this was before even Roger Stone was on Epstein shit, and nobody knew about Anouska's connection at this point. In fact, according to the court documents, this may have even been. This was during a time where she was still in communication with Epstein. She was still talking to him while he was in prison, and even afterwards, she flew to New York in 2011 to meet with him. So anyway, it's not like we could expect her to speak about Trump in this context. But I think also now's the time to mention that when Anouska talks about her history with Epstein, she talks about like an evolution of understanding what happened to her. So she wasn't really aware that
it was trafficking, it was abuse, etc. In the early days, she was a young woman in a wild world, and then she talks about, by the time the CRVA case comes up in 2015, which is what she was involved with that case. So she's been involved in the litigation from the very early days.
Yeah.
She was coming to understand what had happened to her in a kind of new light. So even whatever she says now is not like her full evolved understanding of what happened to her there. Even though they didn't give her room and all that kind of thing.
Totally.
Yeah, we can't expect her to even say what she would say today in this particular article.
Totally. Now, the other magazine we got, which I actually have with me right here, I'll just show you guys. I got this Night and Day magazine issue. On the couch, why society girl Anouska de Georgiou can't stop taking her clothes off. And this is like one of the more uncomfortable articles I've read. When was this, from 2004? Yeah, I guess this was...
Oh, wow, I take back my previous statement. Okay, 2004.
I think so, right? Wait, what statement do you take back?
That she wasn't aware of, she would say something different today to what she would say in 2008, but we'll get into that.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Quite a bit.
Well, we'll get into this. I just want to sort of like show you guys, like, this article is what it's about, like what the text of the article and the photos of the article and like the tone of the article. It's so, I mean, I don't know, maybe this is like a 2000s thing or something, but it's just so bizarre to me. It's like really, really odd to read. It's like, here's like, it's actually this is the center fold of the magazine. Like, it's like the very center page with like the, staple in the middle. You can take out this like pin-up, whatever, poster of Anouska de Georgiou lying down with no pants on. And it says, Thigh Society. Will Anouska de Georgiou be the next big thing in society circles? The actress and singer tells Sally Aiden about her glamorous life, being kidnapped, and taking her clothes off. And you might be like, wait, being kidnapped? What? Is that like some jokey thing? No, like, she talks about like some really harrowing shit in this article about men taking advantage of her. And all of the photos are like weirdly horny, and they put like this one here. Sorry, I can't the way I'm doing this. I don't know if you can totally see what I'm showing here, but there's a photo of her, and there's the little like caption there says, I don't know whether he was going to rape me or if he was going to be violent. It was a terribly frightening experience. And it's like, why would that be the text you choose to put on this thing? Like, it's like, she's telling about her, these traumatic experiences she's endured, and they're like, oh, that's perfect. Put that text over her, like, looking sexy or whatever. It's so weird. Anyway, I won't get into all of it, but let's just jump to the part about Donald Trump, which I have some clips of here. So this whole little section here is interesting. As a child, I would watch my mother, who was and still is a very beautiful woman, and I would see the attention she'd get. I would think to myself, I want that. But I discovered you can't walk around with a plate of hot food and expect people not to try to eat it. Older men are worse. They know young women are impressed with power and wealth, and they manipulate it. I met Donald Trump in New York. So this is where the Daily Mail started to quote from. I met Donald Trump in New York at a Bulgari party. We chatted, and I was genuinely flattered. That's where the Daily Mail stopped. Oh, geez, sorry, guys. I realized I wasn't showing you the page here I meant to be. But yes. So let me just back up. Older men are worse. They know young women are impressed with power and wealth, and they manipulate it. So this is where the Daily Mail started quoting. I met Donald Trump in New York at a Bulgari party. We chatted, and I was genuinely flattered. Now I feel that his only interest in me was the fact that I was a young, pretty girl. So isn't that interesting that the Daily Mail chose to just take the middle part of that quote and not include the stuff on either side of it, where she's talking about like this whole article is about her being like treated badly and like in some horrifying ways by older wealthy men during her modeling career, basically. And the part about Donald Trump is not at all as nice sounding as the Daily Mail makes it seem. Like, this is crazy, right? I don't know. Like, I'm not over it. Sorry. I guess I should clear this up. Mark J7828 in the chat says, is she talking about Epstein? So the kidnapping thing, she doesn't say who that's about, but somebody kidnapped her. A man kidnapped her while she was in Paris for when she was 17 for during a modeling thing. And doesn't seem to be Epstein because it was somebody who was doing coke, which Epstein was not a drug user, as far as we know anyway. TPP and I were talking about this and saying like, well, maybe it was Jean-Luc Brunel, right? Maybe that was him. But I mean, it is. So to the Finland station, no, I don't have a link to the full article. This article is not available online. Like, that's why both of these articles, we had to buy them. That's why we had the physical copies.
Can we put it up on the Reddit so that people can?
Yeah, totally. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. Maybe I'll scan it or something, or just take a picture.
Photo.
Yeah, it's like a big page. Like, it's, I don't know if you guys can see the size of it, but it's not like an easy scannable thing. Just to finish this thought here. I don't think it was Jean-Luc. I mean, maybe it was, but it's just like, it's kind of silly to be like, what? A man took advantage of a 17-year-old girl in Paris? Gotta be Jean-Luc, the only guy who did that, you know? Like, I don't think that's the case. I'll throw it up on online so it's accessible to the Finland station, because I think this is interesting. But yes, so those are, like, for a long time that was all that we had, and then November 23rd, the Sunday Miracle article came out, or Mirror article on November 23rd, 1997. Then we have this photo.
It's probably good to point out that's 18 days after the Bulgaria party, right? So it's still fresh.
Yeah.
This is hot off the press, and it's in the British press too, not the American press. So, you know, mentioning Trump and so on might not attract the litigation or whatever that he's famous for.
Yeah, totally. It is. I mean, yeah, it's funny. Like, you can see that this guy who wrote it. What's his name again?
Hutchins.
Whatever. The guy that wrote it, he's obsessed with royals, and he's trying to be like, oh, Trump failed in his bid to secure the services of Princess Diana's butler. Like, who gives a fuck about all that? But this guy does. He's trying to make it interesting to a British audience here. But yeah, it is quite soon after the fact. Like, you know, he must have been, you know, this is the closest article we have. The next mention of it is like 2004. So yeah, anyway, this is a photo from December 1997, so just about a month later, at the Sunday Times Christmas party back in England. So Anouska seems to have gone to England at some point in the next 6 weeks or so. Then we got this article just recently from Vicky Ward. This is TPP's favorite Epstein journalist, would you say? You think the one you trust the most?
Absolutely not a good person, yeah.
You say absolutely not a good person?
Absolutely like her, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, she has been involved in this case for 20 years or so and reporting on it, and regardless of her intentions in doing so, this particular article is interesting. She's unraveled the same threads that we've unraveled, and I'll leave it to you from here.
Totally. No, I mean, I thought you might want to get into more of your beef with her, but she's anyway. She's somebody who writes a lot about Epstein and Maxwell, and seems to really feel bad for Maxwell. She's very much like
Yeah, she favors
the
Maxwell. A lot. Yeah.
Maxwell was a victim type narrative.
Yeah.
Um,
She wrote the original 2003 Vanity Fair piece that failed to mention Maria Farmer and
right.
Farmer's allegations
Annie
about
Farmer.
Epstein. That potentially she also relayed those allegations to Epstein, thereby knocking on those survivors. She also wrote a piece in 2015 where she described herself as Maxwell's friend. They've been photographed at parties together and so forth too. And
I believe the line from that article was like, and Maxwell, I like her, or something like that. It's like, I like her.
Exactly,
okay, I admit it.
Yeah.
It was just like, what? Excuse me?
Yeah.
But
And then
I think it's like, I like her.
thread,
a lot of people do, or something like that.
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah. And then when you follow the thread, so that one of Maxwell's defenses in the media is that she was vulnerable after her father's death, and Epstein came in and abused that trust and so forth. My opinion is that really doesn't fit her actions here. She groomed, abused, and trafficked girls for a couple of decades.
Yeah.
So she's the kind of vulnerable and honourable stick. Originates with Ward 2. So yeah, she's not really a trustworthy source. What she says doesn't align with what survivors say and that kind of thing. So take all of this with a grain of salt too, because she's
totally. I would put her way down on the tier list of trustworthy sources on Epstein, but she has broken a lot of interesting things, which is troubling in a way, but also it's just like, okay, well she's useful to whatever people who are researching this.
Yeah.
Anyway, could get more into that. Maybe we will another time. But let's read this. This is an article from a couple months ago, June 6th, 2025. Excuse me. And this was after this is an article about basically in the fallout of the Elon Musk tweet. Trump is in the Epstein files. She was writing about Trump and Epstein's links. So she goes, this morning, I reached out to another woman both Trump and Epstein knew, Anouska de Georgiou, a British blonde former model who has spoken publicly about her horrendous experiences with Epstein, to whom she was introduced as a teenager by Ghislaine Maxwell. But when Anouska was 20 years old, Maxwell also introduced her to Trump. The three of them reportedly spent a whirlwind weekend in Palm Beach, during which time I remember being told by my British New York friends that Anouska was offered a large ring by Trump. He was single at the time, so that's new. Her British New York friends told her that Trump offered her a large ring? That's okay. This was never confirmed, but there were reports that Trump housed her when they returned to New York. And then, what's this, Francis?
A screenshot of the article I dug up.
This is your screenshot, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So this is how that got out in the world.
Thanks, Vicky.
Yeah. Didn't even give the presidential penis a shout out. Rude. But anyway, continuing on. But, and it's an interesting but, the only public comments de Georgiou has ever made about Trump have been warm. The London Times has quoted her saying, "We went to dinner a few times. We're friends now and I attended his wedding. He's adorable. He's been so kind to me." So I'm just realizing, so she must have seen the original article, right? Because it actually has the full quote. We went to dinner.
Let's just control F the Daily Mail one.
The Daily Mail one? Yeah. Well, it says, we're friends now and I attended his wedding. It doesn't say the part where we went to dinner a few times. It just starts with "we're friends now."
Wow.
So she must have had the original thing, but that's the and it says the London Times has quoted her saying. So maybe there's another article where it quotes the full thing rather than.
You know what?
OK Magazine.
So the London Times is one of those publications you can't really get on Wayback Machine or using Archive, and it's I'm not willing to pay for it.
Yeah. No.
And so there's a couple of articles in the London Times I haven't read, and it's possible that there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, but it's weird though, because it's like the only public comments de Georgiou has ever made about Trump have been warm. That's not true, as we've just seen. Like he like whatever. I met Trump at a Bulgari party in New York, blah, 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 and I was genuinely flattered. And now I just realized he was another older man trying to impress me with his wealth, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not really a warm comment, but I'm going to just assume that, what's it called? I'm going to assume Vicky Ward hasn't read that one.
Right.
This morning, so this part is interesting. This morning, I reached out to de Georgiou and asked if she wanted to elaborate further given Musk's assertions. De Georgiou now runs the Kintsugi Foundation, a transitional residential facility in Los Angeles. That's for people suffering, trauma. She does like musical therapy with them and stuff. Anyway, she was friendly, but said she didn't want to talk about Trump at this time. I find those last three words so interesting. She didn't want to talk about Trump at this time, as if to imply that she one day will want to talk about Trump? Maybe? Not yet? I don't know.
Hopefully.
So there's one last piece of evidence that we can go into here. This is from Anouska de Georgiou's podcast, which I feel like I've brought up this podcast like every stream I've done at some point. It's a really interesting podcast. There's a lot of There's a lot of stuff in here. So this is Anouska de Georgiou interviewing. This is her. She's interviewing Brad Edwards and Brittany Henderson. These are two lawyers who represented her in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, as well as what's it called? The Crime Victims' Rights Act in 2015.
Yeah. So victims of crime are entitled to certain information, including prosecution agreements, and they weren't informed of that in Epstein's first trial, and Bradley Edwards realised that that's grounds to bring a case, and so he championed that case with, I think it was 10 to 15 does, I'm not exactly sure. Famously, Virginia Roberts is involved in that, and we learned from this interview that Anouska was also, and there's a bunch of others who were involved too.
I believe they also mentioned that during the trial, they mentioned that she was part of the CVRA proceedings or whatever.
CRVA, yeah. What is CVRA? Yeah.
Yeah. So this part of the interview, they're talking about what's it called? They're talking about the client list, and Bradley Edwards is like, there is no client list. That's not how it worked. Blah blah blah. Don't worry about the client list. And Anouska says something very interesting. Let me turn it up. Actually, it's quite quiet, and it's gonna look like TPP is talking, but it's just because I don't know how to set up OBS properly. So don't worry about that.
Seeing narratives like this and watching everything get blown out of proportion in the media, like I don't think the media realizes how harmful that can be to people who actually lived that trauma.
I mean,
the way the media is now and the ability to widely disseminate misinformation has become a problem.
I mean, to be clear, there are a couple of men who have not been held accountable who should have been.
Yep.
And they may never be. That being said, that's got nothing to do with a list or not a list, That's the list that people are talking about is some like ongoing sort of like a scroll that's unrolled, and it goes all the way down to the floor kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So I just thought that was extremely interesting. She says, yeah, there's no list. There's no like golden magical list. But just to be absolutely clear here, there are men out there who, what were her exact words? There are a couple of men who have not been accountable who should have been, and they may never be. And that's got nothing to do with whether there's a list or not. And so this is interesting to me for a couple reasons. One is that the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, where Kate, Anouska as Kate, talked a lot about her experiences and spoke very like eloquently at times about like what she had been through and the trauma that she'd been through, and how difficult it was. Like that trial was, like I see a lot of meme. Like I see this meme a lot, where it's like Ghislaine Maxwell in front of a board, like the office meme. If there are no clients, Why am I in jail? But the thing is, the Ghislaine Maxwell trial was not about sex trafficking women or girls to anyone other than Jeffrey Epstein. It specifically, they did not care about that. It was specifically, in fact, even more specific than that, it was sex trafficking underage girls to Jeffrey Epstein, which meant Anouska, since she was 17 in England and 18 in the US, she was over the age of consent in both places. The jury wasn't allowed to use Anoushka's or Kate's stories about Epstein to make their decision. It was only to set up the pattern of how Epstein sort of treated his victims and whatever, groomed them. So it's interesting to me that Anouska says this in this interview that, and by the way, there are men who, there are clients, basically she's saying there were clients, right? Like, is there any other way to read that? There were clients, there were trafficking clients who have not faced justice. That doesn't mean that there's a list. That's how I read it.
That's how I read it. Yep. And there's a few pregnant pauses when she's checking her words. You know, it's going to be, it would be salacious for her to mention the sitting president at that particular moment in some podcasts on a channel with 323 subscribers. I'm confident too that that this has been privately litigated. You know, her silence could be explained, for example, by a non-disclosure agreement or some other arrangement between Trump and her, which would be costly for her to break.
I don't know if this would have anything to do with it, but Anouska did receive, I think, $3 million from the Victims of Epstein Fund.
Big amount.
Big amount. And I think there is something with that, right? It's like from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein, and they had, in order to receive that payout, she would have had to say, I will not litigate this further. Something like that, right? Like, I'm not allowed to...
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've looked into this. It does mean that she can say stuff in the... something that silences her, but no further litigation is probably something that's...
But that wouldn't be a reason that she couldn't talk about Trump, right? Or would it be?
As I understand it, I think that the arrangement there would have to be between Trump and her. But Trump has a long history of this kind of stuff. For example, anyone who's apprentice has a NDA about their hair, and there are share stories, and that's a long time ago. And so it's not out there for me that he would tie up some loose ends in his involvement with Epstein by these tried and tested tactics that he's used in the past.
Yeah. Also, Beav 11 with the Wire reference. Writing down an actual list seems like madness. I mean, who does paperwork on a criminal fucking conspiracy? Have you seen The Wire, TPP? Yeah. So that's it. I think the extent of our research, at least the relevant parts of it, we did look at a lot more stuff, but the stuff that we decided wasn't really important for the point that we were trying to make here. But let's just go back.
There's a couple of bits and pieces that we haven't yet dug up that they're proving a little bit difficult. So you'll find in some of the gossip rags that report on this kind of stuff. There's a guy in the chat who's focused on that point.
Yeah, Daniel Board. I mean,
that they mentioned.
Do we want to address Daniel Board? I mean, I haven't really been able to follow what he's been saying, but
I put in the chat that we've just been following what Anouska herself said in these rags, and this is true across the case. For a very long time, nobody furious, quote unquote, was interested in pursuing this story. And you end up with rags in order to follow any thread. We're not taking any of this as granted. What we're trying to do here is take a rag article and triangulate it against other facts. And we've done that pretty successfully here. We can show that at the time of the party. We can, find the party that she mentions. We can find Anouska's comments about the party, et cetera, et cetera. So, I don't think the criticism is a good one, and it misses the whole point of this video. But anyway, going back to what I was saying before, there's a couple of loose ends that we haven't found. So one is that these shitty, salacious tabloids often mention that she's a Playboy model. I'm not really willing to go through a bunch of Playboy magazines to find, this particular article. I'm not sure that it would shed any light. But if anyone is willing, go have a look. And she also apparently had a singing career, beginning roughly 2004, that we've not been able to find a single track.
It's the weirdest
really
thing.
Anything, not a case or a concert, nothing.
I don't know what her album was called. I don't know what her
Like some press about it, but that's about it.
I can find her talking about it, but she never mentions what you can see here the only episode of her podcast that I listened to the full thing of was other than the ones about Epstein, with Epstein victims, is this one with Nile Rodgers, who was the guy who produced her album, and he produced Madonna and stuff. He was a big deal, and nowhere in the interview do they mention what's the album called? Where, can I find it?
Right.
They don't. It's crazy. But yeah,
But the other thing to say is that Anouska says she was within their orbit for 4 or 5 years. She says that in some of the things she said publicly and in court cases. And so, that spans 94 to 99 or maybe even 2000. And in that time period, you can find, pictures or news articles or whatever of her, quote unquote, dating other wealthy old men. And there's also that earlier kidnapping / sexual assault that we discussed. And so there is also the possibility that Maxwell was, I don't know how to phrase this well, shopping her around, to quote the 97 rag, that to other people too. And they're threads that, you begin to pull on, but you quickly run out of rope. And so there's something more there that we can investigate over time. And there's one other final point, which is that, like I said, I've been dumping this all over the place for years. I'm banned from most of the right-wing subreddits, trying to ask questions about it, etc. One thing that often comes up is that she was 20 years old at the time of this article. It's right there in the second paragraph, I think. So she wasn't a minor, and the whole thing about there's some stuff in Elaine's trial about that too, but one of the big myths about the Epstein case is that it was purely a pedophile ring or whatever.
Right.
When there are many adult women who are involved in this, who were trafficked around. Some of the names are escaping my memory at the moment, but it's all through the court document. And you can draw an arbitrary line.
I think
at
Sarah
18,
Ransom
15.
wasn't.
Sarah Ransom, good case. Yeah, she talked about that specifically in her 2017 case. And so, you can draw an arbitrary line at 18 and say it's immoral before and it's immoral afterwards if you want. But I think the immorality here is the coercion and the abuse of power. And just because it doesn't mean that it's all okay and she's a consenting adult and mission accomplished. Not something that I'm willing to say. But I wonder if Daniel Board will bring that up.
Yeah, totally. Great points. Maria Farmer was an adult too. I think that's right. In the 90s. But I should mention this. There's a reason I showed all these photos of them hanging out, right? Going to modeling parties together. Ghislaine is hanging out with him a lot, right? And obviously, Ghislaine at the time is hanging out with Trump. She has a lot of young girls and girls who are just barely above, 18 in her circle that she could have been setting Trump up with. And in fact, after the Anouska de Georgiou thing, there is and I don't have this ready, so I'm just copying and pasting from another article. This is Trump at a Valentine's Day party.
Elena.
Oops.
Yeah.
With, you want to talk about this pick?
How do I say her name? Because it's Middelfart in my head, but I'm sure that's incorrect.
I mean, I like to say it the funniest way possible, which is Middelfart.
Okay, Middelfart. Middelfart, sure. So she was a Norwegian cosmetics, or is a Norwegian cosmetics heiress, and she went to school at NYU.
If you remember, she was
maybe,
on the flight logs right here on October 27th.
Yep.
Flying from West Palm
she's on
Beach
them-
to Teterboro.
Yeah, so I think she's on them like 15 times, mostly flying between Florida and New York, often just her and Epstein.
And here
there's some
she
really
is with
disgusting
Epstein.
Photos. There's one right there, right at Mar-a-Lago, giving Epstein a big smooch on the cheek. And
take that in, guys.
When you kind of piece all this,
Epstein and Chelina at Mar-a-Lago, they're dating at this point. They're dating. Then a few months later, this is after the Anouska thing. This is in February. This is Valentine's Day, 1998.
So
Trump
the context for
and
this
Chelina.
photo is interesting too, because it's a string of photos with Trump and the family, and then she fits in neatly there. And so she's also photographed. So let's go back. She's for a couple of months there, her and Epstein are tied up together, and you can kind of squint at it and perceive a consensual relationship going on. She's in her early 20s at this time.
Yeah.
And then a couple of months after that, she shows up with Trump a bunch. So, for example, there was a US Open, maybe it was just a tennis tournament that she was with him at. There's the photos with the family where she appears in a couple, etc. And then apparently there's an article out there anyway that talks about the time that Trump met his present wife, and apparently
this is on the Wikipedia page for Melania.
Yeah, right. So apparently he was at the party with
Chelina
Middelfart and ditched her in order to pursue Melania. And so you can squint at it and see if they're in a consensual relationship with. Yeah, there we go.
This is from the Wikipedia page for Melania Trump. In September 1998, Zampoli introduced Melania to the real estate mogul Donald Trump at a party. Donald had a date to the event, Chelina Middelfart. So, and also, I'll just mention this as well. Epstein and Ghislaine claim they were the ones who set Trump up with Melania.
Yes,
but Trump and Melania both deny that. And also in the Michael Wolff tapes, I believe Epstein said that Melania and Trump had sex for the first time on their plane. Right. You can't trust anything Epstein or Maxwell say, but it's interesting. But it seems like so Trump's going through a separation. All of a sudden, he's out partying with Maxwell. He's being seen with women who have connections to Epstein and Maxwell. Plus we have this article that says Anouska wasn't the first person. Ghislaine has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer. Does that seem so? Yes, I know. I know it's a what do you call it? A British tabloid. Which, believe me, I know enough to know not to trust these things. But does that seem so out of the realm of possibility when we know that these guys were, hanging out a lot? Like 1997, the year of that separation, that's the year that we have the most documentary evidence, photos and whatever, of Trump, Maxwell, and Epstein hanging out. You gotta believe that this is Trump is single Trump, on the prowl. Epstein, you got anyone for me? You got whatever? There has to be something there. We were originally going to do a stream that was a whole breakdown of all of the women that these two guys have in common. But I think this was a good go. Just doing a smaller, shorter one on the smoking gun.
Yeah, this is the smoking gun. So there are 5 or 6, maybe even 7 women that you can point to, and maybe we'll talk about them also. But it's all what appears to be quite consensual relationships. No mentions of Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell, and except for the Katie Johnson allegations, which they themselves are. I don't know how to phrase it.
Oof. I would love to deep dive into those.
Yeah, as someone who's been looking at this there's some details that kind of stand out.
Such as?
Hard to corroborate. For instance, the sex party, her
Orgy.
dumped right in.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Them happening in New York. There's bits and pieces that don't fit, at least my understanding of what's going on at the time in these cases. I will say that some of what she said that I thought stood out like a sore thumb has been corroborated with time. So I'm not willing to say it's all bullshit, but there may be something there. But anyway, that's again, there's only one other that directly ties up non-consensual coercive stuff, which is the teenager in 94, 95, who also testified at Maxwell's trial, interestingly enough. Two victims that went
Courtney
that trial.
or Jane was her code name, like Jane Doe.
Jane.
Yeah. Yes. She met Epstein at a summer camp in Michigan or something when she was like very young.
Yeah.
But
and just on
but she doesn't have a connection to
before,
Trump, does she?
No, so she mentions being taken to Mar-a-Lago and shown off to Trump. She mentions competing in one of Trump's pageants that in a dress Epstein gave her and this kind of thing. And it's all very hint, some of the language and the times that it appears are very strange. And she also has been paid out the most of anyone in the fund. So there's a question there about why that occurred. But yeah, and we know who that is too. We won't mention her name because.
Hello.
Well, but yeah, so it's another famous.
Oh, yeah. We don't need to mention her name. She hasn't come public with it. It's frustrating because it feels like we're very close, but still, we don't have like any. What do you call it? Like admissible whatever in court evidence?
Yeah, there's no physical evidence, hard evidence, nothing like that. Like I said, we can see the smoke, and we're not sure whether it's smoke from a gun or smoke from a bong. But it's definitely smoke.
Yeah, I like that.
And you can absolutely draw a narrative together here. I think what we've shown in this stream is that there was a party. Anouska identified it as a Bulgarian party. Indeed, that happened just a couple of weeks before the article. We can put everyone there at the party, and we can see reflections on their relationship afterwards from Anouska a couple of times in the media. And I hope that she's willing to talk about it more in the future, because I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out whether this actually occurred. And it would be great for it to become common knowledge. But it's the smoke of a gun, not necessarily the smoking gun.
Right. Yeah. No, I like the way you put that. End of the day, we don't know, but I think that there's something going on here, and I hope
absolutely
one day soon Anouska will feel that it's time. She's ready to talk about Trump. But I completely understand why she wouldn't want to do that right now. That doesn't seem to be a great call in this increasingly authoritarian hellscape, of America.
Yeah, that's a very good point too.
Where she lives.
Imagine how scared you would be coming up against someone like a history of revenge and that kind of thing, and finger literally over the. Maybe we send her this dream and see what she says.
Yeah.
Probably fuck off, but we can.
What can you do? We'll see. I do wonder. If only we were able to find anything more. You looked into the Crime Victims Rights Act. Did you find anything interesting there? Or?
I haven't. I was meant to have a look this weekend, but
okay.
So they all have these victim statements. Every doe that was involved in that. So my thought was could have a quick look over them to see if there was any information that was clearly Anouska. But haven't got to it yet. So I don't expect there to be anything new in there. Maybe some small details, but if Trump's name was mentioned, we would definitely know about that. The one thing that may be there or may not be there is her mentioning being trafficked to other men, because that's something that she hasn't really said out loud directly. There's the indirect statements that she's made. But to be really clear, there's only a couple of, there's over 100 survivors, over 100, I think it's 130 people who've been paid out from the estate, and or who are to be paid out from the estate. And we only have a couple of them mentioning other men, so Julia Davies, I think, gives a hint that Weinstein was getting a massage one time.
I think Shantae Davies, her sister, has specified that was Weinstein that Tila Davies was talking about. Yeah, I think that she said in an interview, my sister met Harvey Weinstein, and he was. That one is weird because it's so. Sorry, just before we get into that, just want to address the Reddington here. So the title is just clickbait or what? I guess a little bit, but I don't know. I mean, it's
nobody felt closer than this.
It's closer. It's the closest thing we have. And I think that there's smoke there, and whether it's a gun smoke or bong smoke, I don't know. But
I think it's gun smoke, but I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong. That's what I mean.
Researching Epstein does tend to, people who get really into Epstein rabbit holes tends to correlate with people who smoke a lot of weed. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah. But yeah, no, I was just to finish the Epstein thing or the Weinstein thing. I think that the thing with Weinstein seems to be like this is how fucked up Weinstein is, that Tila Davies was Epstein, whatever you want to say, trafficked her or gave her to Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, and then Weinstein was so violent with her that Epstein yelled at him and was like, "Get out of here, man! Don't come around here. You're not safe. You're not safe to have around children," or something like that. And it's just like, wow, that's pretty bad.
Man with morals.
You gotta be pretty rough for Epstein to throw you out for being a danger to children.
And so back to the Sarah Ransom, and maybe a couple of others, and so not many people have actually spoken out loud about the trafficking. Many victims, and you can understand why. That's a really traumatic thing to go through. Something that you never forget. As evidence for that, Virginia Roberts recently passed away in dealing with her demons from what happened to her. And it's also something that attracts a lot of public attention, and with that comes a little bit of money, maybe. It's not all negative, but that public attention, I'm sure, absolutely contributes to the trauma and so forth. So whether or not you want to kind of open that can of worms and literally hurt yourself in order to see no justice, but the popular narrative changing a little is that's difficult calculus to do, and whatever decision they make is can understand it.
There's also I think Stacey Williams. Did you look into her case at all?
So is she the one that most recently spoke about Trump fondling her or whatever?
Right before the election, basically, said that she was Epstein's girlfriend in the 90s, and Epstein brought her over to Trump's house, and Trump just started touching her all over her body and groping her, grabbed her by the pussy, whatever.
Suggests an understanding of their relationship that Trump had there, didn't it? Epstein and Trump's relationship.
Yeah.
But there's certainly a couple of them. There's something I throw around Reddit a bunch. Let me just see if I can dig it up quickly, because there's a few other names that are worth.
I mean, I know you might have to go in a second, but I'd be happy to go through your list if you like. I've got time.
I've got about 10 minutes. I can probably spare.
Okay. Here, maybe I'll do this not in the thing. I'll go into our DMs because I know you've sent this to me. The women that Donald Trump and Epstein have in common. Where is it?
Yeah, I'll just find. I found one of them, but let me just find. I edit it nearly every time I.
Okay, here we go. Man, the Reddit DM system is so annoying.
I barely use it.
Here we go. All right. And let me just put this on here. So this is the... No, what? Why? Why did that just happen?
Yeah,
not
that's
the-
fine. That's fine.
Oh, this is... Oh, sorry, you posted it. Okay, so this is like...
QAnon watching subreddit.
Yeah. Donald Trump, the man who's arrested more child traffickers and saved more children than any other president. God bless Trump. So funny.
Yeah.
So funny that
Let me
wasn't
send you
made as a joke.
Yeah. Let me send you a more recent.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do you see my automatic highlighting thing, by the way, Francis? I got like
Yeah, cool.
a little Chrome extension that highlights anyone with connections to Epstein.
That's great. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I have one for Epstein connections. I have Opus Dei members. I have
cool.
Peter Thiel, like people and companies associated with him, and I have
All the
APAC.
shadowy network.
Yeah. People who get funding from APAC and people who fund APAC.
Yep, I just sent it to you. Hold on, let me just double check something because
Sure.
Yeah, great. Yeah, just open the link and skip the first comment, and yeah, great. So, so we got Virginia Roberts, of course. She was recruited at Mar-a-Lago by Donald Trump. Sorry, by Ghislaine Maxwell. And interestingly, in 2015, when she sued Ghislaine Maxwell, so there's a classic tactic in civil suits where you get someone to deny an allegation in public and call you a liar, and that constitutes defamation from which you can sue. So she did that to Ghislaine Maxwell, and in that case, I've got the link there, the court listener link. She mentions all staff and employees at Mar-a-Lago during 1999 to 2002 as people who might have knowledge of Epstein and Maxwell's crimes, which is, pretty big allegation there, and suggests broader understanding at Mar-a-Lago about what was going on than just one person being recruited there from the spa.
Mm-hmm. Also, dude, there was the Trump's like statement recently where they were like, "Why'd you fall out of touch with Epstein?" He's like, "He stole someone. He stole someone from me, and I take that very seriously." Which is like, why would you say that?
Yeah.
Why would you say that? Yeah. And why would you say that like that?
Right. And she has said things about Trump that, exonerating in a similar manner to what Anouska has said. But she said them under, it wasn't like taken out of context magazine articles. It was in court documents that she said this kind of stuff. But something to highlight here is that, Epstein and Trump's ties, roughly the worst stuff occurs between 1994 and 1997. And then in 97 or 98, he Melania. And they kind of drop off the radar a little, less of this stuff starts occurring. And Virginia Roberts was Maxwell's and Epstein's orbit from 99 onwards. So she wasn't really there for that timeline, and so even if she does have exonerating things to say about Trump, I don't think she would have seen the worst of it.
Right.
Then we've got Anouska, of course. This is something I've spent a lot of time on.
Been over.
I don't think I've added any of the stuff that we've uncovered. This is the kind of first time.
Yeah, this is a big reveal. Yeah, this.
Yeah. We've been sharing this stuff for a couple of months now. This is the 94 case I mentioned when so Zitzo was 14. She was recruited from the music camp in Michigan, and she testified at Maxwell's trial, and also she's got the court documents, but there's some live tweeting from the trial, and an earlier case too against the fund that she was tied up with. That she encountered Trump a couple of times while she was within Epstein's orbit, and she got paid out, $5 million compared to Anouska's $3 million and the average of 800,000 there.
And was this Jane was the one who it was introduced to Trump, right? At Mar-a-Lago.
Exactly in the case against the estate. She just mentions that she was introduced to Trump, and Trump says something. You might be able to just click the court listener link and go to paragraph 17, and you'll see the context for it. It's a very curious statement to appear in a court document.
Sorry, paragraph 17? Oh, I see. Yeah,
paragraph 17, I believe. Yeah.
During one of Doe's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago, where he introduced her to its owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing 14-year-old Jane Doe to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. Ugh.
Yeah, it's going to get gross.
Yeah. This is a good one, right?
It's very, yeah. And it's very strange to appear in this case in this document in particular, because she, everything else concentrates on the process of grooming and the abuse that she underwent. And then in the court case, in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, she elaborates that she also competed in a pageant run by Trump too. So I can dig up those documents, but I haven't added them because I didn't realize that they're all in the public domain now, and you can see what was going on.
Yeah.
And then you got Katie Johnson here. So her case is like super interesting. But, in 2016, in the context of that election, she lodged a civil complaint in the California court without legal representation, and with claim on alleging that she was abused at these sex parties that Epstein hosted at his mansion in New York in '94.
By far the most detailed account, really, really disturbing reading.
Absolutely.
Going over her victims.
Very difficult to read.
Yeah.
And there's some weird bits and pieces on it, like her address is on the maps, and you can see that her house is blacked out. She lives in a desert part of Southern California, run down.
Right. Somebody was saying they tried to track down the address, and it was just like an empty lot or something like that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you can just check it out. It's just like a blurred picture. But so she re-lodged the complaint once she got some legal representation, and then Lisa Bloom, who was at the time kind of viewed as a hero
feminist
of the Me Too movement. Those lies.
She's the daughter of a famous feminist lawyer, Gloria Allred. Yeah. But I recently reread Ronan Farrow's book Catch and Kill, and she has she comes off extremely badly in that book, where she's
dodgy as shit.
She talks to Ronan, and he's doing this investigation on Harvey Weinstein, and all of this shit is going on around him at the same time, where people are trying to fuck with him, and people might be trying to kill him and stuff, and he's got all these former Mossad members trying to fucking track him and threaten him and stuff. Black Cube is the name of this organization, and he's talking to it's so insane, it's so nuts, and he's talking to Lisa Bloom, who he thinks is on his side, and then it turns out that the whole time she's talking to him, she's emailing Harvey Weinstein and keeping him up to date in all this shit, and such a betrayal. And she represented Weinstein victims. And then you can, the New York Times did some reporting where they found that she bloody would email Weinstein and be like, "Look, these girls are crazy. I work with girls like this all the time, and they're all insane. And maybe we can figure something out." And I think lawyers have an incentive to do this because they take a chunk of that pay, of any private settlement, etc. And she's clearly a little bit more two-faced than that original public image at the time of her picking up the Johnson allegations. And she sort of swooped in a weird way, where Katie Johnson had a different lawyer, and Lisa Bloom wrote an article in Huffington Post, and it was hey, I think I should be the lawyer for Katie Johnson. Katie Johnson's okay. And then the case just fell apart after that. And it's maybe she was, but then it's also Donald Trump is also involved in that same catch and kill network, and was also using
he is.
Black Cube shit.
Let's talk about that a bit.
David, what's his name? Pecker.
David Pecker, CEO of AMI.
This is some real fucking. This
Fire
sounds really like tinfoil hat, but guys, like this
But
is
it's true.
this is actually like verified. Like this is not insane stuff here. I know it sounds wild.
Let's do a
but,
Katie
like,
Johnson stream. Because,
let's totally do
because it
one.
is,
I'm
something to
so
talk
down
about
for
there.
that.
Yeah.
I'd be down to do a big
um,
dive like we did with Anouska into Katie Johnson stuff because
Into Johnson,
this
yeah.
story was never properly told, in my opinion.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. So the Stormy Daniels and Katie McDougal
Sorry, we're saying Stormy Daniels and
catch and kill operation.
yeah.
So the kind of what you do is you buy exclusive. And so
Oh, sorry, you're
protected
cutting out.
Trump,
You're cutting out a little bit.
Oh.
TPP.
Sorry,
if,
mate.
if you can like I would say move closer to the mic, or I mean, I don't know if it's like a
Yeah.
Wi-Fi issue or whatever.
Let me
but-
know if it continues.
Okay, seems to be good.
So, yeah, Katie, those two catch and kill operations happened in the context of the 20 election, and we never really heard about stuff relevant to the election campaign.
It's still kind of cutting in and out. I don't know. Maybe is the cord
sorry,
coming
mate.
out of the thing? Sorry, man. I don't know what it might be, but
Give me 1 second.
yeah, no worries. But yeah, to the Finland Station. Which book is that? Is that the Weinstein book by the two New York Times writers? A lot of people, to be fair, come off extremely badly in Catch and Kill, that whole story. And like all of these different magazines that tried to bury this story. But that is what Catch and Kill is. It's like when like, if you're rich and there's like journalists writing about your sexual indiscretions or whatever, you can just buy those stories and never publish them. You can tell the bosses of the people who are working on the stories, tell them to stop. Or in Hillary Clinton's case, when people were investigating Bill Clinton stuff, like during the whatever lead up to the 2016 election, Hillary Clinton's like, well, maybe I won't let you interview me. Like, that's like a big weight that people had. Really messed up.
Cool. I've got to get going in a tick, but if I
no worries.
keep cutting out, I'll jump off. But let's just talk through.
You sound way
the
better.
Catch and kill bit.
Yeah. Sure.
So, because the case was, lodged in this civil court in California, nobody really anticipated it. They didn't have an opportunity to buy this story, but that didn't stop them. They were the first to anything about it on a Radar Online article, which is another terrible publication.
Yeah.
And
You think
Trump's,
British tabloids are
denial is-
bad? Well, Radar Online is David Pecker's
the
thing,
New
right?
York one. Yeah, Epstein tried to buy it in 2004 too. Anyway,
I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
it's documented. Anyway, we can get into that stream. And so I think they published 5 or 6 Trump's denial was in the byline of the article, and he denies it in the second paragraph too. And then I think they published 5 or 6 other articles about how it's not credible through the campaign. But they also it was also shopped about media by Norm Lovell, dodgy character, and so there is some stuff to say about whether or not it's a real one. Anyway, let's come back to that at another date.
Totally.
Maria Farmer, she says Trump was involved very directly in multiple interviews with Whitney Webb and with QAnon.
Mm-hmm.
She also said that Ivana was involved too.
That one is.
In solicitation.
I don't know what to do with that.
It's tough to, because Trump wasn't married to her at the time. He was married to Marla Maples.
Yeah.
And,
how would Ivana even have
me.
met them? Like I just.
Yeah.
That part is. I don't know. I mean, maybe.
It's tough.
I'm guessing that she's just thinking of someone else or something. Because like Ivana Trump was.
Possibly, yeah.
Was apparently driving around with Ghislaine Maxwell recruiting girls for Epstein. I don't know. I find that really hard to believe.
And there's nothing else to corroborate that.
No photos of them together. No evidence they ever met. I mean, I guess apparently Ivana was at that Bulgari party, so maybe. But I mean, I don't know. That one's a little out there. But I don't know. She definitely talks about Trump like being a real perv. And then you've got Middelfart here. Middelfart. Middelfart. You there, TPP? Oh, man. Still going. And then Aaron Animalova, Aaron Nance. Who's this? Oh. Huh. Oh, I think I may have lost TPP here. Did I lose you? Well, maybe it's time for the presidential penis to bid us a farewell. I know he's he's just starting his day, by the way. Okay, internet dropped. No worries. Sorry, I'm just gonna. But sorry, guys. Yeah. No, I always love talking to presidential penis. He's done so much work in this this area. He's very, well. Oh no! Why is it like this? Hang on. Now I gotta change the thing so that it's working. But he's really allowed. What do you call it? The Epstein case to totally destroy his brain. maybe that's a mean way to put it. I don't mean anything by it, but yeah, he knows a lot about this stuff. Okay, gonna try and fix this weird thing, whatever is going on here. Oh, okay, we got all that space. Wow. It's hard to talk and fix shit at the same time. But I think I can do this. I think I've been training. No, I'm really not doing a good job of this, am I? Okay, well, the part of the stream with Francis is come to an end. But I can still stream. So what do I want to do? Okay. Let me fix this a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's maybe a little bit not what I want. Do I want to do it like this? That's too wide. Nobody needs to see that much of the room I'm in. People don't want to see the room. Gross. Suddenly realizing I pointed out TPP's name earlier without noticing he was literally on the stream. Wait, no way. Oh, yeah. The presidential penis. Like you pointed it out. Was that when we were looking over his posts on Reddit? Or just like earlier, you're like, you should look up something the presidential penis on the Epstein subreddit said. Because, yeah, that's him. He's like I actually don't know if he's like the first mod in the list on Reddit. I don't know if that actually means anything or if that's just like, I don't know, alphabetical order or something. Okay, I think this will be good. And then I'll put this. Oh, geez, guys. I bet people who are actually good at this can like easily like do all this stuff without needing to stop talking. But I'm like, no, you guys gotta wait while I make my stream look pretty. There we go. Okay, I think that we're good. And if we're not good, then I don't care. I'm not doing any more work. Yeah. No, that was the guy. He was like my co-research buddy on all of my my videos on Epstein. But I'd love to get more into the Katie Johnson stuff. It seems like TPP is also into that idea. Yeah, guys. Yeah, gang. Sorry, I know I've been a little bit off of the chat this episode, this stream. It's not that I don't care about you guys. I do actually, like, a lot, but maybe am I overcompensating maybe? But you know, I knew TPP only had a little bit of time, and I didn't want to. I wanted to make sure that we got through the entire Anouska thing, and then whatever else we were able to do. So let me take a second here, because there are some people asking a lot of good stuff. Yes. Oh, good poll here to the Finland Station. The Brad Edwards book has an interesting section where he details at length his suspicion of David Boies, who became one of the victim's lawyers. Yeah. It is interesting. He still feels the need to detail them at such length in his book. Yeah. And I forget, do you remember Finland? There was he knew that David Boies' name was on something or other. It was like maybe, was it on like, was he in Epstein's like address book or something, you know, or did Epstein send him an email or something like that? I can't remember, but yeah, no, that was interesting. Great chair. Yeah. Thank you. It's like a peacock chair, but it's like a little small. It's like a baby peacock. Baby peahen. That border has it in for you, sir. Yeah, no, I got it. No border's gonna make a fool out of me. Ivana's assistant admitted their friends? I didn't know that. Is that so? Interesting. Well, in that case, that would be another woman that Trump and Epstein would have in common. Do you have a link to that, Samuel TV? I've recently figured out how to, like, make people able to share links. Wait, have I? No, maybe not. There is a way to do this. I think I gotta pop the stream back in. Restore chat. If anyone has links, community moderation, settings, user management. Yeah. Let me do this for a second here. Samuel TV. Let me give you permission here. Samuel TV. Oh, there's a lot of people named Samuel TV on YouTube. I hate the way that YouTube does this. But it's gray, whatever. Okay, if I do this, and I say save. Okay, Samuel TV, I think you now have permission to add, to put links in the chat, but I'm not sure. Try it out. If you have a link to Ivana's assistant admitting they were friends, oh my God, please let me know about that. I would love to have some kind of, evidence. That sounds super interesting. Okay, guys. I've heard of securing the border, but not like this. That's funny. Oh, and I gotta change the pop-up chat. Hang on. Oh, God. There's so many things to do. How do people do this? I wish that all of my, like, Twitch extensions were... There we go. What's the word? Like... Or not Twitch, but OBS extensions were automatic. But, like, every time I change anything, it's like, okay, now this doesn't work. You got to go fix that. Oh, now this doesn't work. You got to go fix that. I'm like, I don't want to. But, okay, no, I think we're good. I'm called Board, sir. Daniel. Danny Board. Danny boy. We're good, right, Danny boy? We're good in the end. We're not like enemies or anything. You're not my nemesis. We're friends, even though. Excuse me. You didn't like that we were using British tabloids as evidence. You're trying to make people's mods. See, the weird thing is, so I have like this pop out mod, but there isn't. Oh wait, click on their name in chat. I don't know. The issue is I'm using this. I think it's because I'm using a friggin' other like OBS extension that lets me do this, where I get the name, like the chats can pop up, and then I can't do anything from here. Anyway, I don't know. That's what it was to the Finland station. Thank you. David Boies left Jeffrey Epstein a message in 2005. Yeah. Did we ever find out what that was? I don't think so. I think he was just like, when he confronted him about it, he was like super suspicious. He was like, is he working with Epstein? Is he trying to fuck me over? Is he like only pretending to want to work with me in order to blah, 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 blah. But yeah. It's quite something. It's quite something. I'm gonna find something to do. What should I do, guys? What might I want to do? Okay, and why is this in the middle here? I don't know. Every time I do anything, I gotta redo it. Okay, give me just a quick 20 minutes. There we go. I think that's how I like to have it. And let me just say that we will okay, there we go. Bibbidi bobbidi boo, an elephant sat on you. All right, that'll do. Yo, I think those message pads were just pieces of paper that his house employees wrote down, so and so called. Yeah, so we don't know why. And I think when he asked David Boies about it, he was like, I don't know, man. I forget. I don't know. I don't remember that I called him. Oh, maybe you can control chat from your phone? Oh, can I do that? That might be a thing. Oh. Problem is I don't know where my phone is. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of my friend NetLoss here for just a second. And I'm going to take a little break, and I'm going to come back, because it's only 9, right? Jeez. I usually only start streaming around 8:30. So let me just give you guys a little break from me for a second. And I'm going to get a beer, and I'm going to see if I can get my phone. And then maybe with that, I'll be able to monitor the chat and make people mods and whatever it is I'm trying to do. So how do I do that again? Oh, yes. This one. YouTube only. Oh, jeez.
Correlation does not equal causation. This is all just a series of coincidences, and it can all be explained away. That doesn't mean anything happened, okay? But fuck it! I want to believe. And is it really that unbelievable? Be honest with me, is it? Because, hell, I would have told you a decade ago if you told me that there was a man who's already been jailed once for the crime of trafficking children, and he's out there, and it's an open secret that he is doing it again, and he's got an island in the Caribbean that he brings them to, and brings who knows, God knows who, Stephen Hawking apparently, but just who knows who else, out onto this island, and he flies them and the girls out on his private jet that is called the Lolita Express. I would have said you're smoking crack. I wish I had my meth pipe right now. But, like, my point being is that this is just insanity, and yet everything I just said to you is irrefutable. Like, this is undisputed, everyone agrees those are the facts. That all happened. It's legally known in court. This isn't some conspiracy. This actually is all true. And I remember hearing about this in like 2015 and shit, probably even earlier for all I remember. I remember hearing all this shit, and I thought, I mean, sure, maybe, I don't know, that sounds insane, but whatever. And disregarding it, and yet it was all true. And so really, with everything you've heard today, is it really that unbelievable that Ghislaine Maxwell was one of the top Reddit users and Reddit mods in some secret cabal there? Hell no, I believe that. Ghislaine Maxwell is apparently going to testify soon, so she's probably going to be dead in a jail cell soon. Who knows? And if you're going to ask me, Net Loss, do you believe that there's some shadowy cabal of elite pedophiles? Yeah, I'd say there probably is. I don't know that, but like, Christ, if you're going to offer me a wager on it, I'd bet every dollar I had. And honestly, the more I think about this, the less insane it sounds, because I can see a rationale for it. Not that it's rational, to be clear, but I can see a story, a through line for how this makes sense. And it makes sense in the same way that you see a lot of rich people be kleptomaniacs, right? You know, there's a bit of a stereotype. Like you saw it in Breaking Bad, for example. Hank's wife was shoplifting. She does not need to shoplift. There was no economic reason for them to shoplift. And there's no reason to shoplift, to be clear, or steal anything. But that being said, if you're going to shoplift, if you're going to expect that of someone, you're going to assume the poorer you are, the more likely you would be to steal things, right? And yet there's this archetype, there's this stereotype of like this person who is wealthy and yet still steals. Why? Because it's not about the money or lack thereof or abundance thereof. In fact, maybe this abundance causes this compulsion, because when you have the money to do it, it's just done, right? But when you actually want the thrill of a devious lick, that is something money cannot buy. You can't purchase the thrill of heisting something, okay? The only way you can get that thrill is through heisting something. And so a lot of people, even though they have no economic reason to, will still steal because that's the only way to get that thrill filled, right? And so in that same vein, if you are truly wealthy, especially to the point where there is nothing you cannot get, what are the few things left that are thrills, I guess? I mean, I'm not explaining it as in a way of like this makes sense in a justification. I'm just saying I can see a story for how they come to be this way, but I do believe that there is a group of people who are that way. In the same way there's a bunch of rich people that still steal, I think there's a bunch of super wealthy people or very powerful people or whatever who are just doing kids for the fuck of it. It's just because there's nothing else left to not do. It's the one thing they still can't do, and so they must do it to get anything out of life.
Blah, I'm back. Okay. And once again, guys, that was my friend, my real life guy I know, Net Loss. Definitely go check out his channel. Really good. He's like a new YouTuber, but he's doing something a little bit different, huh? He's doing something that I haven't seen anyone do. Like, I have to say, yeah, he's a Toronto YouTuber. He's part of like the Toronto YouTuber collective, with J-Reg and Oki's Weird Stories, We're in Hell, One Dime, Gokanaru, who else? I don't know, a bunch of creators from Toronto. They all have like rent a office building, not a building, but like an office in a building together. And I last time I was there, the first time I met him, like, super nice guy. He immediately the second I met him, he like was like, "Hey," and he took a picture of me with a Polaroid, or he gave me a gun to hold, and like, he took a picture of me with a Polaroid and then put it up on the wall. And I was like, "Oh, that's cool. That's very intense, but I like that I look cool and have a gun in a picture now." And then we smoked weed out of a long pipe that looked like a meth pipe. And then the last time I was there, in every one of his things, every one of his videos, he smashes a meth pipe. And the last time I was in Toronto, he gave me one of his meth pipes. He's like, "Here, man, you want one? Here." And yeah, it's like his thing. He films his videos in this abandoned like warehouse, and he smashes a meth pipe every episode. So yeah, he's he's doing his own thing. You know what I mean? Anyways, but go check out his stuff. Yeah, it does kind of sound like he's setting me up for something. But I was charmed by it, oddly enough. But 2001 article, you're talking about Finland. Ghislaine Maxwell describes herself as an internet operator. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I will say I'm quite skeptical of the theory that Maxwell Hill was actually Ghislaine Maxwell. I was talking to it a little bit with TPP before we started streaming, and he was saying no, I don't think so. And he's like a Reddit guy, and he got a lot of shit from these mods of like other subreddits, because he's the mod of the Epstein subreddit, and he got a lot of shit from them being like, dude, can you tell people to stop fucking with us? Like, it's a theory that all like originated on 4chan, which doesn't mean that it's not true, but it does kind of like there's one part that he gets into in the video where it talks about Madeleine McCann. Yeah, this part. Right? Where is it? Oh, I don't know. But there's Madeleine McCann is so Pizzagate coded. The thing where it's like, and this was the sketch of one of the people who kidnapped Madeleine McCann. And it's like, no, it very wasn't. I mean, I don't know. I know that the Madeleine McCann disappearance case. Am I thinking of the right thing? Madeleine McCann, police sketch, kidnapper. Yeah. So this was a Pizzagate thing. This was like a very famous like thing from Pizzagate, where they're trying to say that the Podestas had so. By the way, Madeleine McCann was kidnapped from Portugal, wasn't it? Somewhere in some next place in Europe. What was it called? I don't know. Well, here's the Ghislaine Maxwell one. Female suspect. When was there a female suspect? I don't know. Maybe I'm not familiar with the case. But as far as I know, there was only one guy seen walking away with Madeleine McCann, or whatever people said. And these two pictures that people said were like, oh, this has to be John and Tony Podesta. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to gain by looking through here. These were not two different guys. This was different sketch artists drawing the same guy. Yeah, Portugal, right? Right, Hannah? But then Pizzagate was like, look, they look just like the Podesta brothers. And it's like, well, there's no they. It's just one guy. And then I don't know about this. Like, what is this thing about chilling efforts of suspects wanted in the hunt for Madeleine McCann over the 10 years since she vanished? They ranged from a Victoria Beckham lookalike to a shady-looking man spotted carrying a child from a Portuguese resort. Did people see more than one person? No. Like, this is just like different descriptions of the same person, I thought. Anyway, maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. Yeah, people are horrible at remembering things. You really, when you look into a case like this, and it's really infuriating actually to see the way that, like in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, for example, the way that Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer Bobby Sternheim and others will just constantly be like, you got one tiny insignificant detail of your story wrong. You said it was a red door. Well, that door wasn't even red at that point in time. And it's just like, okay, sorry. Like, I don't remember that. Like, if I asked you to name what, like, just think of like the last house you went to, like the last the last friend's house you went to. Could you describe the door? I couldn't do that. Like, people expect memory to work in a way that it really doesn't. And the Madeleine McCann case is one of those. Also, Madeleine McCann was like what? Like 8 years old or something? How old was she? Like way younger than Epstein's thing. I don't know. I can't figure it out, but whatever. The butt that won't stop pooping. That's good. I like that. I remember when I like back in the day when I spent a lot of time on 4chan in my somewhat regrettable time in my life. People always used to call 4chan the asshole of the internet. So, yeah, I feel like that's like a update that I haven't heard. Yeah, maybe that's what NetLoss was doing with the meth pipe. Could be. Oh, I've got echoing? Not sure what to do about that. Check. Ah, sorry, I think I can... Hey, how's this? Is that fixed it, right? Is that better? Let me know if that fixed it. I hope I didn't just fuck up with everything. I saw some people talking about the new leaks, the emails of Ehud Barak and Epstein. I would be down to get into those. Those are kind of interesting, eh? Let me see. Who was the guy who originally wrote the article? So right now there's been a bunch of stuff. Where was it? Oh yeah, no, very, very fair to the Finland station. Not saying she's a Reddit mod, but I'd love to know what she meant about calling herself an internet operator. Yeah, I agree. I'm looking for something here. Okay, what was I looking for? Oh yeah, the Epstein stuff. I forget. There was a really good article. I'm trying to find it. It's annoying though, because I don't fully know how it works. There's a new, I think it was Reason magazine, right? That published the good article. Reason magazine, Epstein, Ehud Barak. I think this is it. Yeah. Okay, this is gonna be good, guys. Okay. Oh, sweeter than anything. Only reason not to shoplift is because their surveillance tech is always on you, and now you can get screwed with delayed, aggregated shoplifting charges, and or have to go to force for-profit arbitration. What? Oh, jeez. That's not retroactive, is it? I had a very prolonged phase, let's call it, in my life where I was, what's the word? Yes, thank you to the Finland station. I got to read the chat more often. Finland's always, I'm like, what's it called? And Finland's always got it. And TrueAnon, yeah. So there's been people who are, who have been given access to this. Like it's not publicly out. We don't have a full list of them. Like I read this article and then I saw like TrueAnon posting their own stuff that wasn't in here. And so it's just like, so TrueAnon has the full thing, I guess. I haven't listened to they did a podcast interview with this guy just recently. I haven't listened to, but very interesting stuff. So yeah, as you may have heard, if you watched the earlier part of this stream where I was on with the presidential penis, I have a particular like, I am particularly conspiracy minded about certain things. One of them is Epstein, obviously. Another one is Opus Dei. Another one is Peter Thiel. And you'll notice if I turn off my, so right now, so I have this Chrome extension called Highlight This, and APAC. If I pause my Epstein Expanded Universe, you'll see Peter Thiel affiliates are highlighted in green. But because of the way that I have this set up, I have Epstein at the top. But I guess for now, why don't I put the reptilians at the top? Usually it's just like interesting to see, like, obviously when I'm reading an article about like Epstein talking to Peter Thiel, names like this are going to pop up, but sometimes these names pop up like in unexpected places, and it'll just pop up on like Twitter and pop up wherever. And I'm like, oh, there's an interesting person. Like Ehud Barak was like very close friends with Epstein. No way, it's on DDoS Ecrits. Okay, it is publicly out now. Hell yeah. Okay, cool, great. I mean, I guess I'm a little behind on the news here. Thanks, guys. Ian Carroll uploaded a 10-minute video on his Twitter breaking it down. Oh, not something I'd recommend because the guy thinks the Jews did everything. Yeah, okay. Teal looking like a goblin. Reptilians, yeah. Well, you know, the letters of Peter Thiel can be rearranged to spell the reptile. Did you know that? Did you know that? Not saying it means anything, just saying weird. Excuse me. But let's go over this though. You know what? I've been just like neck deep in Anouska de Georgiou stuff this week that I've fallen a little bit behind on this. So let's dig into this, shall we? Inside Jeffrey Epstein's spy industry connections. After his first arrest for sex crimes, Jeffrey Epstein tried to get into a new line of work, surveillance. Also, another one of my trigger issues here. God, I don't like how much we're surveilled online. I just read Yasha Levine's book, Surveillance. What's it called? Surveillance Valley. Oof, not good, guys. The internet is completely owned and run by the U.S. military. They are watching everything that we do. And it's too late to do anything about it. They already have everything about you. And that's why we're getting this new push now to be like, oh, no, in order to protect children, everyone needs to give Google their like personal ID. Not that they don't already have that shit, but like, it's just completing the fucking circle. Like there'll be no way to fucking do anything after that point. But anyway, this is another one of my conspiracy fucking triggers here. Tinfoil hat triggers, let's call it. In 2015, Epstein partnered with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to invest in Ehud Barak, by the way, one of Epstein's late in life friends. Like, he was hanging out with him like in 2019, like right before he got arrested. It was like Ehud Barak, Steve Bannon, Woody Allen, I think, and Michael Wolff. Like, it was a small circle, much smaller circle. Was not hanging out with the Clintons at that point, but Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, was like running businesses with him as they're getting into here, investing in a security tech startup called Reporty. Hey kids, I'm Reporty. The surveillance program for border security. I sure think I don't like Palestinians very much. I don't know. That's my impression of a character named Reporty, who's, I guess, an Israeli children's show character. I don't know. It needs work. No, this is going to fly. Now known as Carbine. Yeah, that sounds less like a puppet. That sounds less like a, felt character that is also a camera and a gun, I guess. Leaked emails show that Epstein was using Barak to seek out opportunities in the surveillance industry and build connections with powerful figures around the globe, including American businessman Peter Thiel, aka the Reptile. Peter Thiel, the Reptile. Harry Potter music. Remember when Harry Potter did that with Voldemort's name switched around? Oh, it doesn't have any anywhere? Really? DuckDuckGo? That's crazy. The reptile is what I'm looking for. Nothing? I just wanted to see the name switch around. Okay, who cares? Okay, I'm done. I'm over it. The former director of Israeli signals intelligence and 2 people in Russian President Vladimir Putin's circle. Great. Very cool. Russia, another mafia state, which is more and more what the U.S. is becoming, if not already has become. After he was first caught sexually exploiting teenage girls. By the way, Ehud Barak, another person Virginie Giuffre says she was trafficked to. Yeah, Peter, definitely not the Antichrist Thiel. Like, if you're not familiar with Peter Thiel, let me explain him to you like this. Imagine if everything conservatives said about George Soros was real and it was about a different guy. That's Peter Thiel. He literally takes the blood of children so that he can live longer. Like, he is, I mean, he's not Jewish, but other than that, he is the fucking right-wing fever dream of George Soros in a real guy. He can't even straightforwardly answer the question, are you the Antichrist? He's like, well, I guess a little bit, yeah. Meanwhile, he invested his wealth in bizarre projects, including a ranch to breed women with his DNA. One of the most insane parts of the Epstein story. Maybe I'll do a stream on that. There's so many fucking interesting parts of Epstein. Jeez, that is... I can't get bogged down in every single thing. And efforts to identify a mysterious particle that might trigger the feeling that someone is watching you. Yeah, that sounds like Epstein bullshit. That sounds like a guy who thinks he's smart but isn't actually that smart, who hangs out with like actual like rocket scientists and geniuses all the time and is like, what if there was a particle that like, that sounds like the fucking like stupid bullshit Epstein would be into. The leaked emails show that Epstein was also interested in more mundane means of spying on and manipulating people, which overlapped with the technologies governments often pursue. This interests crossed borders. Yeah, literal adrenochrome. The what's the Peter Thiel's? Sorry, this is gonna take me forever, but I'll try not to get sidetracked after this. Peter Thiel, blood boy. Peter Thiel, blood boy. Peter Thiel has been associated with the controversial idea of using young people's blood for transfusions, often referred to as blood boy practices, which he believes may help in... So this is AI, but I mean... however, these claims are largely based on experimental studies and have not been proven effective in humans. So it's like he's not doing it yet, but he's investing a lot in it, and he's obsessed with the idea of living forever. Here's a pretty straightforward article from Vanity Fair. Peter Thiel wants to inject himself with young people's blood. It's like, oh, okay. For some reason, the Pizzagate guys are not really concerned about this, I guess. I am. Barak's email inbox was quietly posted by Distributed Denial of Secrets, a website widely considered to be a successor to WikiLeaks, on a file-sharing platform for verified journalists and researchers in May 2025. The contents came from Handala, a hacker group named for a Palestinian cartoon character that has been leaking files taken from senior Israeli officials for several months. Based. Although the emails were posted without technical metadata or cryptographic signatures that would allow their authenticity to be verified, they include dozens of images, videos, voice recordings, and scanned documents from Barak and his friends and family that have never been published elsewhere. And they include information that was not publicly known at the time of the email leaks, including a reference to Epstein's birthday book. Okay, cool. God, I cannot wait until that birthday book gets a public release, because it's basically become the new, like, black book. And God, I want to see that. I want to see Trump's entry. The emails below, which have not been published elsewhere, paint a picture of Epstein as a man very eager to be at the nexus between private money and public surveillance. While they were hammering out the reporting investment, Epstein invited Barak to come to a meeting with Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal. You can see that's highlighted in green, the reptile color, and the surveillance contractor Palantir in May 2014. Although Barak couldn't make that meeting, Epstein insisted that Barak spend real time with Peter Thiel, no caps, and offered to set up a dinner the following month. All right, let's get into it. From Jeffrey Epstein. I have Peter Thiel on the 19th in New York, if you like, as well as the former president of the Maldives. Did I say that? Maldives? I'm not sure. And this is from Ehud Barak. Crazy that we're getting to read this. Jeff, thanks. Peter Thiel could be very interesting, but I'm flying to Europe. Something. Next time. I'm flying to Europe what? Peter Thiel can come to dinner on the 9th. Can you stay on until then? / horrible speller, horrible typist, Jeffrey Epstein. Barak wrote to a different business associate a few days later without mentioning Epstein's role that he and Thiel would have a first date and probably spend it talking just geopolitics with an unnamed third person. In that email, Barak added that he had met Thiel once before in Davos, Switzerland. Big surprise, but speculated that Thiel probably doesn't even recall it. From Ehud Barak, I'm not going to do the accent. I feel bad. Oh, yeah, sorry. Escobar, yeah. That's a plugin I got. This isn't part of DuckDuckGo, and it would do the same thing if I was on Google. Really, anytime like an article is listed, it'll say like from what's this plugin called? I'm so obsessed with plugins. I use like so many of them. Sorry, not plugins. I mean extensions. I guess that's the same thing. I think it's Stopaganda. Is that what it's called? Yeah. And you can also use it while you're on a page, I think, right? So if I'm on the reason page and I hit Stopaganda, it'll say, okay, reason, bias, right, center right, accuracy high. I mean, it's got its own bias, it's got its own kind of Overton window sort of thing, but I find it very useful, especially when I'm doing research on shit and I'm like trying to find shit about like Epstein or something like that. There's a lot of bullshit sources that pop up. Literally, like, completely fake news. Anyway, Till doesn't even recall it. Going to meet him for dinner tomorrow. He asked to bring another person with him. I don't know who or why. I've met him once in Davos 2 years ago, and this is from Ehud Barak to... Oh, sorry. I forgot to read the one from... I am guessing this is from Epstein? Or, well, maybe not, because it's redacted. Yeah, so we don't actually know who this is. Okay, no, so yeah. This is a different business associate. Sorry, I knew this. I just read this. This is not between him and Epstein, but the other guy messages Ehud, I Googled Peter Thiel. Seems to be a really interesting, smart, and active character. Did you meet him already? Best regards, somebody. Going to meet him for dinner tomorrow. He asked to bring another person with him. I don't know who or why. I've met him once in Davos 2 years ago. Probably doesn't even recall it. Let's see. I was told by the host of the dinner that we will probably spend it just talking geopolitics. It's a first date. I think he's of huge potential to accelerate things by the sheer reputation he's got. No way it's a waste of time. Thus, I'm going to do it and we will see. I'll let you know. It's not exactly what happened in that meeting. It's not clear exactly what happened in that meeting. In February 2016, however, Epstein pitched Reporty to Velar Ventures, a fund co-founded by Thiel and two close partners. We'd love to hear more about Reporty. Are you in New York City in the near term, or would a phone call make more sense? Thanks for thinking of us, Jeffrey. Velar Ventures general partner Andrew McCormack wrote back. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. This is all really interesting. And we know that Epstein ended up making a shitload of money from Peter Thiel, invested in something of his. Hey, we'd love to hear more about Reporty. Now, Velar Ventures is a fund. Like, they are a investment business, right? Oh, is it? Not in this article, but from the interview, Ehud Barak says he met Peter Thiel at Davos. Oh, really? So that's okay. So these are available unredacted, I guess. So it must have been Reason that redacted it. Why would they do that? That's hilarious. I met him once in Davos 2 years ago, but he was too drug impacted. Probably doesn't even recall it. I mean, I don't think Peter Thiel, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I bet Peter Thiel was like probably not even high on drugs. I think he's just like that. Like, have you ever seen an interview with Peter Thiel? The dude is so unsettling. He cannot be normal. He's a very bad public speaker. Horrible, comes off horribly in interviews. Bullied a lot as a kid, and it makes sense. Bullied a lot as a kid, but probably not enough. Hey, Rocket6923, what's going on over there? First time listening to a Chill Goblin live stream. So far, you love it? Great. I will try not to ruin everything then. Is he constantly on uppers? Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. He definitely gives off meth vibes. That could be. Hey, that could be. Let's real quick. Let's see if there's like a YouTube compilation of just like Peter Thiel being weird.
I know that.
Wait,
I know not to judge somebody.
Why did that happen? Peter Thiel being weird. All right, yeah. No, let's watch this.
This is my very specific question for you, right? Is that you're an investor in AI.
Well, it's like doesn't even know what the question is, and this is an interview with what's his name, the conservative guy from the New York Times. I don't know. And Peter Thiel, he's like always talking about the Antichrist, right?
Very specific question for you, right? Is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a concern?
You can tell this dude. Oh wow, my YouTube is screwing up. It's still got the title for the last video I was watching, along with the new one. That's weird. All right, ignore that. But you can tell the way he's asking it. He's like, yeah, this is a fun one. All right, this is a fun, easy question, but like, well, maybe not easy, but here's a fun one. Like, here's a silly one, and he's just like, yo, his answer. Okay, here we go.
Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but again,
it's too much. Like, he's so painful to watch, right? Like, you can't. If he was a character in a movie, you'd be like, that guy's way overdoing it. No one is like this.
There are these different gradations of this we can describe, but is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, and we've submitted.
That's what you do, though. Oh, that's it. That's it. You didn't even get his full answer. That's annoying. Oh, I almost want to watch the video.
I genuinely have chosen these words.
Wow. And then this one. Okay, what's going on here? I'm assuming that maybe some of my fucking extensions.
I genuinely have chosen these words carefully. There's almost.
All right, whatever. No, I do want to finish this Reason article, but I mean, yeah, I find Peter Thiel fascinating. I think he might be like the most dangerous guy on earth. And not nearly as smart as he thinks he is in like a certain smart way, but very good at using his money to get what he wants. I mean, I'll give him that. This guy is a shrewd operator. Yeah, and YouTube is drug impacted. Exactly. All right. But so is Thiel drug impacted, or is he just like that? Because he's always like that. I mean, maybe he's always on drugs. I don't know. I've read a few books about Thiel, and I like. There's one book. I think it's called Conspiracy is the one I'm thinking of, or The Contrarian. I always get them confused. But he's often described where he's like, if you ask him a question, he'll just stop and think about it, and he won't give an answer until he has one. And it's just, the way it was written made him seem like, no, he's actually so smart and so much better than everyone because he does this. But it's like, no, that's just like annoying. That's just like a guy who's bad at conversation. Like, be like, oh, like, at least be like, oh yeah, I don't know. Let me think about that. What do you like? But he'll be like, what do you think about this, Peter Thiel? And he's just like, well, sweating so much. Shiny. You're like shielding your eyes when he like glistens at you in a certain way. He's like, well, yeah. I guess maybe I think like I don't know. I think he needs more boy blood. All right. Let us continue. Where were we? Okay, it's not exactly clear what happened in that meeting. Epstein pitched reportee to Villar Ventures. Okay, we got this. Andrew McCormack, he's one of Thiel's boys. After meeting with the reported team, McCormack rejected the proposal as premature, adding that we remain fans of what you're building and hope to re-engage in the future when the story comes into clearer focus. Yeah, okay, so they didn't have anything. In 2018, the Founders Fund, why wasn't this highlighted by my guy? That is for sure on my Peter Thiel list. Anyway, another firm co-founded by Thiel joined a $15 million Series B funding round for the company, which by then had been renamed Carbine. While Epstein was trying to deal with the American tech sector, he was portraying himself to Russian elites as an apolitical wheeler-dealer. So here's something interesting, and I'll just say this. Epstein has ties to Israel, has ties to Mossad, but he also has ties to Russia. And I know that, by the way, fuck Israel. I'm not a fan of Israel at all. But I feel like the current discourse around Epstein is really focused on his links to Israel, his links to Mossad. And I think that it's also perhaps, because of the current political climate. And if this Epstein stuff had been popping off in the way it is now in 2016 or 2017, when Russia was the big thing, I think that people would be talking more about Epstein's links to Russian intelligence and Russian oligarchs, because he certainly did deal a lot with them. And same with Ghislaine Maxwell's father, by the way, Robert Maxwell. He had ties to Israel, ties to Mossad. He also may have been peddling intelligence to Russia as well. And I don't know. I think Epstein was dealing with a variety of intelligence organizations. I think that's my theory. In April 2015, Epstein introduced Barak to former, Finland. Some of it's also autism. And if you do have social awkwardness, that's totally cool. And I shouldn't say that Peter Thiel is bad because of that, but in any case, I hope I didn't offend anyone. In April 2015, Epstein introduced Barak to former Russian Deputy Minister of Economic Development, Sergei Belyakov, who then invited Barak to attend the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. That wasn't the only business Epstein had in mind. I spoke to Sergei afterwards. He'll help. I suggest you send him a note that states that you think Putin and his advisors would benefit from spending some time with Jeffrey to discuss markets, currency, and the financial system in the new world of zero interest rates, and I am not that political. Epstein wrote in a separate email to Barak. This is crazy to me. So, okay. I brought this up before on stream, I know, but Lynn Forrester, letter to Clinton Epstein. I hope I find this right away. Here it is. So here is a letter that Lynn Forrester, later Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, a billionaire woman, massive donor to Bill and Hillary Clinton's presidential campaigns. She sent Clinton this letter in April 1995. It was a pleasure to see you recently at Senator Kennedy's house. There was too much to discuss and too little time. Using my 15 seconds of access to discuss Jeffrey Epstein and currency stabilization. I neglected to talk to you, yada, yada, yada. That, okay, look at this. So first of all, Lynn Forrester is a very influential person within Clinton's like inner circle. She, like, look at these names. Hanging out at a fucking Kennedy house. Lynn Forrester, billionaire, talking to Bill Clinton, president, about Jeffrey Epstein. And she's only had 15 seconds, and she used those 15 seconds to discuss Jeffrey Epstein and currency stabilization. Okay? What does that mean? I don't know. But now, if we go back to this, like, this is a letter from Jeffrey Epstein to Ehud Barak. I spoke to Sergey afterwards. He'll help. I suggest you send him a note that states that you think Putin and his advisors would benefit from spending some time with Jeffrey to discuss markets, currency, and the financial system in the new world of zero interest rates, and that I am not political. Doesn't that seem like maybe Epstein had given a similar instruction to Lynn Forrester? Right? Like, Lynn Forrester sees Bill Clinton and she's like, oh, I only have 15 seconds. I gotta tell him about Epstein and currency stabilization. I don't know. This seems to me like, I don't know. Like, I as soon as I read that, I was like, oh my God, the Lynn Forrester letter, right? Like, this seems like the same kind of thing. Anyway. Sorry, I get a little excited and then I realized, that doesn't really prove anything, but it's interesting, right? I don't know. I'm going to highlight this. Another one of my freaking extensions. According to the Russian opposition news outlet Dossier Center, Epstein offered Belyakov advice working around U.S. economic sanctions against Russia. Senator Ron Wyden alleged in July 2025 that the U.S. Treasury had files on Epstein's transactions. With now sanctioned Russian banks adding up to hundreds of millions of dollars. That's interesting. And this is what, like, so Epstein offered Belyakov advice working around U.S. economic sanctions against Russia. This is what Epstein was supposedly doing. Barak kept Epstein abreast of his contacts with another Russian businessman, Viktor Vekselberg, a Putin ally. While scheduling the Teal meeting, Barak asked Epstein if there was that time that day to have coffee with a man referred to as VV and Victor. Okay, got to read from the bottom. Jeff, I'll meet VV in some 2 hours' time. He's probably stays on New York till Monday. Does it make sense to have a cup of coffee with him on Sunday? EB. Epstein. Yes, definitely after 3 best. Ehud Barak. And before 6 p.m. Is Peter coming around 7 p.m.? Jeff. Peter's Monday at 8 p.m. Victor. What? That's not a sentence. He's not talking to Victor. Why is Victor there? Anyway. Okay, thanks. Call you after the meeting. Interesting. April 2015, Barak asked Epstein what he thought of the Fifth Dimension. I'm going to assume that's a science fiction book. An intelligence company backed by Vekselberg. Okay, no. The pitch slideshow that Barak sent promised the transformation of massive scale data from multiple feeds into actionable intelligence using artificial intelligence in an automated real-time manner. pure fucking tech startup gibberish. Sounds like vaguely evil. Massive scale data from multiple feeds into actionable intelligence using artificial intelligence in an automated real-time manner. This is in 2015, before artificial intelligence could do shit like that. But massive scale data, so they're looking at, I don't know, like Google shit or whatever, like Prism shit that these guys are looking at, and they're able to, I don't know, put everything together to monitor people. Maps tracking individual people. That's crazy. Epstein wrote back that Barak should call him on the phone. Although it's not clear what came of the call, they didn't discuss the project further. Fifth Dimension was shut down in 2018 after Vexelberg came under U.S. economic sanctions for alleged election meddling. Okay. Throughout their relationship, Epstein signaled to Barak that he was interested in keeping abreast of security-related technology, emailing Barak articles about cyber warfare, emergency preparedness, Russian nanotechnology, and Unit 8200, the Israeli equivalent of the National Security Agency, the NSA. So the Israeli agency that reads everybody's emails. I enjoy strategy and strategic planning, and at the same time am amazed by the rate at which technology has moved into the private sector. Epstein mused in an April 2015 email, adding that many corporations are looking for a new military-like perspective on management. From Jeffrey to Ehud, what are you doing nowadays? What are you doing nowadays? 1, I'm trying to decide on the best way to serve. I have been asked to share my experiences. This guy is such a bad typist. With some very large corporation that translate into running major organizations with many moving pieces. Critical mission statements of formalized hierarchy. At the moment, large corporations are focused on not only on the security of profits, but on the security of their cyber systems, personnel, and protecting themselves from attack. A corporation is not dissimilar from the defense forces. ... Many moving pieces, divisions, period. Org chart, period. And the intelligence network that military has used in the past to separate data from actionable info. Okay, I don't understand that, and I don't think it's just the typos. Like, I don't know what that means. I always get the feeling that Epstein is always trying to sound like maybe 10 IQ points smarter than he actually is. But I don't know. I mean, he did know a lot about business, money, and shit, but I don't know. Anyway. Ehud Barak. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for these guidelines. Try to call later so we can discuss it further. Epstein says, I've been surprised how many corporations are looking for a new military. Okay, this is what we just read. We, of course, have had a technological focus in Israel for many years, mostly computation. Now biology and its genetic advances are changing the landscape faster than most can imagine. I feel privileged to be able to contribute some old methods to new industry. What's the word? I understand that Israel has like a massive what's the word? Like tech industry. Like they had like a whole like Silicon Valley, industry there. So it makes sense that like Epstein would be partnering with Barak on an Israeli, intelligence thing, and they do a lot of surveillance tech. That's why Palantir is getting so involved there right now, because they have this captive population in Gaza and elsewhere that they can monitor. Like Gaza is a really like a fucking laboratory for Israel to do experimentation on. Like, if you guys have read into any of the shit that like Israel's been doing with, they have a program the IDF uses. It's called Where's Daddy? I think it's called. It's literally called Where's Daddy. I'm just gonna look this up. Where's Daddy IDF? Lavender. Another one's called Lavender. Program known as Lavender to develop a kill list in Gaza that includes as many as 37,000 Palestinians targeted for assassination with little human oversight. It's all AI. This is fucking crazy. A second AI system known as Where's Daddy tracked Palestinians on the kill list and was purposely designed to help Israel target individuals when they were home at night with their families. Yeah, so this is the type of shit that Israel has the opportunity to do. And it's not just like, it's not just tech shit. Like they use Gaza to test new fucking bullets, like white phosphorus. They test all kinds of like bombs and whatever weapon tech, and they sell these weapons to other countries that are whatever attacking, like fucking Russia or whatever. And it's like it's a war laboratory. They treat the Gazans as guinea pigs to test out this new shit. Like a lot of times when people are in Israel or people are in Gaza and they're getting fucking shot and shit, it's like they don't even know what they're being shot with because it's never been used before. They don't know what they're getting gassed with or whatever chemicals are being dropped on them. It's like a new thing that Israel is trying out. So it makes full sense that Ehud Barak and Epstein would be like, yeah, we're going to start an Israeli surveillance company for the military. We're going to try and sell it to fucking Russia. We're going to do all this shit. We're going to like work with Peter Thiel. All of this makes so much sense. Fucking Epstein. I enjoy strategy and strategic planning, and at the same time, I'm amazed by the rate at which technology has moved into the private sector. I feel privileged to be able to contribute some old methods to new industry. All right, whatever. Fuck everybody involved in this story. Reporty, a startup that focused on overhauling 911. Like, luckily, it seems like Epstein was just wasting everyone's time here. So, that is not as bad as like the actual shit, like fucking Lavender, or Where's Daddy and shit. Was there a question Teal was asked about Lavender? Did he fumble it worse than the Antichrist one? I'd like to see that. Are certain words banned from the chat, like a certain country? No, definitely not. But wait, not showing up under the video, but showing up on the right? Oh, weird. So it's showing up on the stream, like the actual video stream, but not on the chat? That's so odd. I don't know. What was it? Oh, I don't have the thing. What did you say? Can I go up that high? I didn't. Yeah, I should. If my chat is banning people from talking about Israel, I'm going to be so pissed. I did not do that. Israel. Okay, well we got Israel. YouTube auto censor, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That's annoying. Way worse, really, Reddington? That's crazy. That's too crazy. Okay, if you have it, Reddington, I'm gonna see if I can give you. Dang, it's like you can only fucking. Ugh. I type in Reddington, I only get the top 5 people. I don't know. This is really fucking annoying. Sorry, I guess I can't add you to the thing. Barak. Israel is doing a little too much in terms of defending itself. Okay, well, seems like it's working now. I don't know. Maybe it noticed that. Maybe it just noticed that we were talking about it. It's like, oh, okay, no, it's fine. Oh, if you guys are gonna notice, I don't know. Weird. Okay, sorry guys, I'm getting distracted here. I would like to find this, to finish this article. We're almost done. Reporting a startup, blah, blah, blah. Oh, so it's overhauling 911 emergency dispatch technology would bring Epstein into that world. What? I don't understand how. Anyway, one of its co-founders and directors was Pinchas Buttress, a former director of Unit 8200. Buttress told Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper that broke news of Epstein's involvement in 2019, that the investment was structured to conceal Epstein's role. Barak brought the money, and as far as I'm concerned, it's his. I don't know Epstein and haven't met him. Yet the emails show that Barak scheduled. This is like everyone involved in the Epstein case. I don't know Epstein at all. And if I did know Epstein, I never met any of his girls. And if I did see his girls, I didn't know they were underage. And if I did know they were underage, I didn't know he was having sex with them. That's pretty much as far as it goes. You can't really go further than that. So he's like, no, I've never met Epstein. Yet the emails show that Barak scheduled a virtual meeting with Epstein and Buttress together in December 2014 and told his lawyer to alter the terms of the investment based on Buttress's input. Dear somebody, please note the change blank. This change was discussed by me with Jeff following a telco we both had with Pinchas Buttress. After Epstein's rearrest in 2019, Barak announced that he was dissolving his investment partnership with Epstein. Neither Barak nor Buttress are still on the board of the company. In April 2016, Barak asked Epstein to invest in Levitation, an electromagnetic imaging startup. Couldn't see a product. They don't have it yet. But they're leading experts on advanced radars. Made sci-fi-like achievements in military products, Barak wrote, adding that Levitation's staff were all veterans of the Israeli weapons company Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, RADS. Messaging Epstein. Hi, Jeff. Dr. Levite presented the evidence to me in much more details. Couldn't see a product. They don't have it yet. But they're leading experts on advanced radars, made sci-fi-like achievements in military products. If you agree, I'll send somebody to negotiate better financial terms with them, based on the same construct we used in Reporty. You or somebody and me will be updated along the way. Then, based on what he can get, we will make the final decision. Do you agree? Looking forward, best EB. Levitation received part of a $1.5 million contract with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in 2020. That's 2020! For developing electromagnetic imaging and artificial intelligence. So that's after Epstein died. Presumably, they didn't know that Epstein was involved. The company went out of business in 2022. So none of these businesses that Epstein did seems to be whatever. Oh, Peter Thiel fumbles on Lavender AI in Gaza? Okay, great. Let's watch that. Let's watch another Peter Thiel video. I wouldn't mind. Here we go. Oh, great.
So what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence or Lavender by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets? And secondly, do you agree with Elon Musk about that the population decline is a risk for humanity?
What? Completely unrelated. Follow-up question.
Look, I'm not. Without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel. It's not for us to second guess everything, and I believe that broadly the IDF gets to decide what it wants to do, and that they're broadly in the right, and that's sort of the perspective I come back to. And if I fall into the trap of arguing you on every detailed point, I would actually be conceding the broader issue that the Middle East should be micromanaged from Cambridge, and I think that's just simply absurd. And so I'm not going to concede that point. And what was the other?
Man, imagine that guy's your boss. Imagine you have to sit through all these board meetings with the guy. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, I actually had never seen that clip, but I've seen that quote where he's like, I tend to defer to Israel for everything, blah, blah, blah. Thiel? Oh, sorry. Oh, no, sorry. I thought you were saying another example of where does money come from with Peter Thiel. No, you mean, yeah. This one didn't seem to profit. Although Epstein did make a lot of money off of Peter Thiel. That's new. That's new information. Peter Thiel, Epstein investment. Was it lucrative? Yeah, New York Times. Epstein invested with Peter Thiel and his estate is reaping millions. He put $40 million into Valar Ventures. Today, that investment is worth about $170 million. Of course, this wasn't until, 2000s, but it doesn't explain where he got his money in the whatever, like original thing. But it's just interesting. I didn't realize that he was connected to Peter Thiel in this way. Okay, moving on. Here we go. Levitation received part of a $1.5 million... I read all this already. Barak offered to use the same construct we used in reporting with Levitation, and Epstein agreed to have Barak's lawyer negotiate terms. Levita, I guess that's what it's called now, tells Reason via a colleague that Ehud Barak has never been an investor in Levitation, and added Jeffrey Epstein was never mentioned in any context related to the company. Well, that's not true. He was mentioned in the emails. The emails also contain some tantalizing hints at Epstein's other international endeavors. Epstein told Barak about a business prospect he'd heard about from Britain's Prince Andrew, who recently came under fire for his ties to an alleged Chinese spy. What? I did not know this. This is new. This is new information. Involvement. Did he get honey trapped? What do you mean involvement? Yang Tengbo. His only light at the end of the tunnel. Can we see? Oh, okay. This is the spy, I guess? This is him? Wait, this is... Wait. This was the thing that Prince Andrew said... Dominic Hampshire saw Yang Tengbo as Andrew's only light at the end of the tunnel after his Newsnight interview in 2019. Documents also revealed details of Andrew's communication channel with China's President Xi Jinping, including sending an annual birthday letter, and now MI5 intervened to warn against Andrew having contact with the alleged spy. What am I reading? What is going on? This guy was his light at the end of the tunnel because he was sending birthday letters? Is that how easy it is? Andrew had a communication channel with the Chinese president, the document reveals, which Mr. Hampshire said was largely used to promote his pitch at Palace Startup Business Initiative in China. This fucking oaf. This oaf of a nonce. Prince Andrew. Commenting on the mood in the palace after the interview, the one where he says he doesn't sweat, so he couldn't have sexually assaulted Virginia Giuffre, Mr. Hampshire said it was clear the Duke's reputation was irrecoverable. Yeah, I would say so. Documents show as Andrew's public status fell, Mr. Yang's role as a potential bridge to business opportunities in China grew in its importance. It's dangerous for people, it's dangerous for fucking very wealthy people to... Oh, I didn't even turn on my colored lights. It was dangerous for very wealthy people to have a fall from grace like this because they will do anything to get out of it. Blue. And, I don't know, so. There we go. Got my colors back a little bit. It's still bright out. All right. Sorry, I just hadn't heard about this. That's hilarious, though. What an idiot. Moving on. Business prospect he heard about from Britain's Prince Andrew. Wealthy Chinese, I guess, looking for to start Personnel Protection Co. in Beijing. Kidnapping has begun. Great. That's what Epstein wrote to Barak. Wealthy Chinese looking to start Personnel Protection Co. in Beijing. Kidnapping has begun. What a horrifying way to put that. I feel like he means like personnel protection from kidnapping, but it makes... The way he phrased it is so crazy. Where did you see it, EB? Andrew. The Prince? EB. Yes. Yeah, that could have been from the spy, although it seems like that mostly was from after the interview. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I didn't fully read the article. Barak did not respond to multiple requests for comment sent to his personal email to his wife, to the lawyer who represented him in these business negotiations, and to the lawyer who represented him in these business negotiations. Oh, and to the American Speakers Agency that represents him now. Neither did McCormick, Vekselberg, Belyakov, Bucharest Carbine, the British Royal Court, or a spokesman for the Thiel Foundation. I saw a business opportunity, Barak told Haaretz in 2019. In a later interview with the Wall Street Journal, he called Epstein a terrible version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, who at the time seemed to be an intelligent person, socially well-connected, and of wide areas of interest, from science to geopolitics, and said he did not participate in or know about any of Epstein's parties with women or girls. Thiel acknowledged to the Wall Street Journal in 2023 that he had met with Epstein more than once in 2014 for the unnamed networking opportunities. The report did not mention Barak's involvement. I didn't think enough about what Epstein's agenda might have been, Thiel told the paper. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a little bit crazy. I don't even know. I haven't been following this to the Finland. The cryptocurrency kidnappings? Wow. It sounds like I don't know. It sounds like an Encyclopedia Brown story from, 2019. Send me a link if you got it. I think to the Finland station. I think I gave you permission to send links if you're able to. That sounds interesting. God, there's so many interesting things that we could be looking into. But so I guess this is online now, eh? Where do I find it? It's on the distributed denial of secrets. Ehud Barak emails. There it is. Is it searchable? Prince Andrew stayed in touch with Epstein 5 years longer than claimed. Oh, great. Is that the one we just read? Oh, the Times. Can't read that without a thing. I mean, I could probably find a link, but... where do I see the archive link? Archive.is has been down lately, which is where this is taking me. Where do I get... Oh, I have to download the whole thing? Nah, I'm not going to do that. Sorry. Yeah, no. Archive.is, it's not been working for me. I don't know about anybody else. I want to see the thing where it says that Peter Thiel was drug-addled or whatever. Peter Thiel drugs Barak. Let me see. Drug-addled. This is all about psychedelics. This is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, 7 gigabytes. That's crazy. So that people definitely haven't been able to look through the whole thing. Man, why couldn't they? I thought they were the new WikiLeaks. Why aren't they like the when the Hillary emails or like the John Podesta emails leaked and it was just like you could search. They were all up and you could they had a database you could search words or whatever, email addresses, and you could get them all. Now I gotta download them all. Might not want to do that. That's crazy. 7 gigs is nuts. Yeah, I know. I it must be up somewhere, right? Whatever. Very insane. And I think, TrueAnon has been posting some stuff, right? TrueAnon. A busy day in June of 2014 as Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak juggle meetings with Victor Vekselberg and Peter Thiel. Oh, yes. I think we heard this one already, right? In a separate email to the billionaire Gary Fiegel, Ehud Barak says he's actually met Thiel once at Davos, but Thiel likely doesn't remember as he was, I guess, under some drug impact. So there you go. Yeah. Awesome. More to come tomorrow with Matthew Petty, and thanks to DDoS Secrets. 2014 email with the subject line, Island Visit. Oh, this is great. This is great. I saw this one. From Epstein to Ehud. Can your security people give me their NYPD contact info? Who do you normally use? Ehud, I still didn't answer this. You can call it, EB. And then this, so none of that matters. This is the one. Subject, Island Visit. Jeff, hi. I've ended up misleading you mistakenly. Nilly sent it right. We are reaching JFK, New York on Wednesday the 22nd at 6 a.m. and taking 2 hours later, 8 a.m. in AA flight 936 to St. Thomas 6. The flight lands in St. Thomas. That's the Caribbean island that's the closest to Little St. James, Epstein's Island. You can actually see Epstein's Island from St. Thomas. You can look on the shore of particular part of St. Thomas and look across and see the temple building. I've ended up misleading you. Lands in St. Thomas on 12:55 p.m. I'm still trying to arrange that the security guys will not come with us to the island. Does this works for you? That doesn't look great. That doesn't look great for anyone. OVI Virgin Islands. Oh, what did I say? 6? To St. Thomas Virgin Islands. Right. Yes, of course. That makes sense. Yes. Sorry, that was silly of me. Epstein would have. Oh, is that true? Epstein would have Chomsky and Barak debate? No way. Is that confirmed? I like Chomsky, so he's one of my faves who got caught up in this, as what's her name? Nancy Pelosi's daughter would say. Funny. Yeah, that's a great find. Okay, I guess that's the only one they posted. But yeah, gang. I gotta listen to this episode, Barak and the New York Groove. That sounds really interesting. So there you go. I'm a little bit behind on the news here, so I appreciate you guys catching me up to speed, to the Finland station particularly. Okay, Reddington, be nice to me, okay? I'm not that smart. Wait, he met Chomsky through Steven Pinker. Pinker's a Chomsky follower on linguistics. I don't think, I know Pinker is to me, my sister studied linguistics, and she was and I was I love linguistics. I'd love to know more about it. And she's you should read a Steven Pinker book. He has a really good one. And I was Steven Pinker, I don't like him. He's a, Epstein guy. And she's yeah, but he has a good book about it. And so I never read it, but is he actually obviously nobody is as influential as Chomsky, but I feel like Chomsky and Pinker probably don't get along, right? Because Pinker's such a fucking little neoliberal, shit lib, shill. But sounded like Epstein and Barak would laugh about Chomsky's takes behind his back. Really? No way. Lots of emails in the Barak Yehud about Noam Chomsky. What? Oh my God. Okay. I would like to read this stuff. Maybe I will download it. All right. Fuck. Can nobody just frickin'... All right. Well, I won't download it now because it'll probably throttle my internet speed and I'll have to end the stream. But I don't know. I find this stuff cool. Cool, interesting. Don't really find it cool. Sorry, I shouldn't be checking my messages while you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's watch this, and then I think I'll call it a night. This is from Christianity Today, and it's what does Peter Thiel believe about the Antichrist? Let's find out, shall we?
Almost a kind of functional illiteracy with Thiel. Words carefully. There's almost a kind of functional illiteracy with Thiel.
Agreed.
Where he chooses these big, grandiose reference points and doesn't seem to understand that he's indicting himself when he does it.
Okay, so I guess these are like...
Hello, listeners. I'm Clarissa Mall. Welcome to the show. So glad to be back with you all after 2 weeks away. Joining me today are senior commentator Russell Moore. Hi, Russell.
Hello. Good morning.
And senior commentator Mike Cosper. Hey, Mike.
Good morning.
So this past week, venture capitalist and Trump supporter Peter Thiel sat down for an extended interview with the New York Times' Ross Douthat, in which they talked politics, transhumanism, and, surprise, end times prophecy. Mike, I know the name Peter Thiel as the co-founder of PayPal and investor attached to Facebook. I know he's super into Lord of the Rings because he's named these companies Anduril and Palantir and things like that. But after listening to the New York Times interview with him, I realized he is way more. Why is he a voice that our listeners should know and recognize?
Well, Thiel's not just a Trump supporter. Thiel is somebody who's been active in conservative politics for quite a long time. He's had this kind of interesting, uncomfortable alliance.
Damn, Finland. Chomsky visited Epstein's New Mexico ranch. Okay. Yeah, didn't know that before. That's not great news. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be rough on this. I'm going to be giving Chomsky the benefit of the doubt until I get like anything absolutely proven, but we'll see.
Alliance with the right, including the Christian right. I mean, Peter Thiel delivered a lecture at King's College, an evangelical Christian college in New York City in 2015. And was really, if you go back and kind of look at the press around that, the press releases, the way it was promoted, and the lecture itself, it's very obvious that Thiel was being presented as as an ally. He's written for National Review, so his conservative bona fides exist at a certain level, though when you press into the substance of a lot of what he's talking about, it's much more. I mean, he was really sort of a forerunner of the new right wing more than the right as it was known for most of the rest of my lifetime prior to around 2015 or so.
Russell, what role has Thiel's faith played in sort of the development of?
This is an interesting question, actually. Like, my read on Thiel and his Christianity or whatever, he talks a lot about Christianity, how important it is, yada yada yada. I think Thiel and Musk have a similar take on this, but Thiel is a little bit smarter about it. You remember that fucking awful fucking Elon Musk poem about religion, where he was like, methinks, or what was it? Elon Musk posts bizarre childlike poem. I bet he wrote this after he fucking talked to Peter Thiel. Atheism left an empty space. Secular religion took its place, but left the people in despair. Childless hedonism sans care. Oh, why? Stop it. Get out of the air. Maybe religion's not so bad to keep you from being sad. The fucking poetic meter doesn't even work there. But I think guys like Thiel and Musk are oh, I'm an atheist, obviously. But I mean, Thiel wouldn't say that. But I don't believe in anything, but I'm too smart to believe in religion. But I think it would be great if all you guys believed in religion, because then it would be very easy to control you. And you can sort of see the way that, what's it called? The way that Peter Thiel, he worked with Elon Musk, J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance, when he converts, so J.D. Vance was his family, I guess. I don't want to say he was born religious. Obviously, that nobody's born religious. But when he converted to Catholicism, he was a Protestant, right? Or evangelical Protestant. evangelicalism, yada, yada, yada. When J.D. Vance, so you can see also I got him highlighted in green, Peter Thiel associate. Washington Post. Where is it? The reason that he became... Oh, geez, where is it? Is Peter Thiel not going to be mentioned in this? Okay, well then it isn't actually talking about it then. Oh, wait, did I spell Thiel wrong? No. Sorry guys, I'm looking for a specific thing. I think the reason he decided to become Catholic, he says, is because he saw a speech that Peter Thiel gave. Yes, this is it. The gods of Silicon Valley. J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel are fusing Catholicism and capitalism, and their dead guru is French philosopher René Girard. No, I don't want to subscribe to a free newsletter. That's the last thing I want right now. Jeez. All right. Does Internet Archive have this? I mean, I guess I could just keep watching the video. They probably are going to get into all this. There we go. Okay. Paywall defeated. Peter Thiel. J.D. Vance met Peter Thiel in 2011 when Thiel gave a speech at Yale Law School. Vance had moved up from Ohio State to Yale, rocketing through the American elite. Thiel was a former lawyer turned venture capitalist turned Silicon Valley mogul. At the time, as Vance puts it, Thiel was hardly a household name, but he already had a notable career. Thiel was a founder of PayPal and the dawn of what Fortune journalist Jeffrey M. O'Brien called the PayPal Mafia. Blah, blah, blah. Thiel's 2011 talk argued that elites at places like Yale Law School were far too focused on competing with their peers, mindlessly moving up the ladder of prestige. Graduates did not focus enough on creating anything of real or lasting value. Thiel connected the problem of elite professionals trapped in hyper-competitive jobs with a broader technological and economic stagnation, born of an inability or an unwillingness to use technology to make life better. Thiel counseled avoiding competition and focused instead on creating. He had an obsession with achievement, blah, blah, blah. Thiel's argument, okay, he wanted to rise through the ranks of elite institutions not to achieve anything meaningful, but rather to win on an empty social competition. Thiel's argument thus struck a chord with Vance, launching him on a journey that, among other stops, included an embrace of Catholicism in place of his natal Protestantism. Yeah. He worked for Mithro Capital. As you can see down here, Vance spent 2 years working for Mithro Capital, also a Lord of the Rings reference. Vance co-founded Narya Capital with Thiel's backing. And I believe, oh yeah, Curtis Yarvin, another guy. But this is actually funny because when I was talking earlier about the things that I'm most paranoid about, it's like the Israel lobby, you know, AIPAC and J Street and whatnot, Epstein shit, Peter Thiel shit, and Opus Dei, which is like basically a sect within Catholicism, that is particularly evil, I think, particularly bad, that Peter Thiel is connected to, along with guys like Donald Barr and whatnot. But it seems as though Peter Thiel was like, you got to convert to Catholicism, buddy. You want to be vice president? You want to be a fucking senator or whatever, congressman? You got to convert to Catholicism. And there is, I don't know if you guys remember like Dime Square and like Red Scare, like Dasha and Anna, those two girls from that podcast. They did a show that Peter Thiel was at, and they had like some weird connections to, I didn't know that TrueNon did a Opus Dei episode recently. I will definitely check that out. I love TrueNon. What was I saying? Yeah. Dasha and Anna from Red Scare. They had this weird connection with Peter Thiel, and then all of a sudden, I think Dasha converted to Catholicism. Like, it's weird. Like, a lot of people think those guys are Thiel funded, and that's why they're like fascists now. Who knows? But this does seem to be a thing that Thiel does. So anyway, let's hear what Christianity Today has to say about this. What is Thiel's faith?
some of the ideas that he presented in an interview like this. I read that he had grown up in a Christian family.
Yes, and of
South
course
African Nazi family.
he's somebody who has been in the Silicon Valley world. He's openly gay.
By the way, Peter Thiel, if you didn't know, he grew up in South Africa in a town that was specifically, where was it? Born in Germany, Thiel followed his parents to the U.S. at the age of 1. In 1941, his family moved to South Africa and then Southwest Africa. That's, isn't that like German Southwest Africa? Oh, it's a territory under South Africa. Okay. Before moving back to the U.S. in 1977. And the town he grew up in, like from like whatever, 1 to 6 or whatever it was, 1 to 7, during apartheid, I think Swakopmund. He attended for 2 years a German language school in Swakopmund that required students to wear uniforms and utilized corporal punishment. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is the thing I was trying to get to. The German community in Swakopmund was known at the time for its continued glorification of Nazism. Okay. So his family moved from Germany to Nazi-ton South Africa or whatever, Namibia. Like Southwest Africa is what Namibia used to be called when it was like German Southwest Africa. But why are they still calling it Southwest Africa? Because it was renamed Namibia in 1968. I don't get it. I don't know enough about this history, but if they were doing that in 1977, it would already have been called. It already would have been Namibia. Anyway, weird as fuck. Yeah. All right. I don't need to get into Namibia. Not the most intense genocide that Germany did in the 20th century, but the first one against the Herero and Nama people in the early 20th century in Namibia. Anyway, yeah. Thiel, this guy, he's bad news. Oh, my plug fell out for my computer. Whoops, gotta plug that back in. All right. Okay, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were watching this video. Let's keep going.
He doesn't fit into the sort of traditional category.
I still don't really know what to make of this channel. Like, I don't know if they're going to be cool or if they're going to be bad. They seem like relatively cool Christians, though. They seem not to like Peter Thiel. Or maybe they do. Let's see.
Stories of evangelical Christianity. But he's tried to use Christianity much in the same way he uses Lord of the Rings. So he's taking a particular gloss off of, say, René Girard, who's a...
I actually really like that. I think that's a really good way of putting it. He uses Christianity in the same way he uses Lord of the Rings. He's just like virtue signals with it. He thinks it's cool. It's not that he literally believes it's true, though.
A really prominent Christian philosopher, and to try to see...
This guy's got he's got a The Hobbit book in the background. Wait, can I highlight it? See? See this? See what I'm drawing? I don't know if you guys can see that. He's got. I think that's the Hobbit, right?
Everything through the grid of that, and to use the Christian language of sort of cultural warfare. So very, very much a culturally Christian view of reality.
So before we get into this sort of deep end times prophecy that he addresses in this interview, Russell, you've been teaching through the book of Revelation. Peter Thiel argues that our society is in this season of prolonged stagnation, that it's been since the 1970s, that we haven't seen dramatic technological advances, and that people in the middle class who hoped their kids would do better than themselves are just standing here today saying it's not happening. Is there a sort of biblical storyline that he's alluding to as he talks about this sense of disillusionment that people have with the lives that they're living right now?
I don't know if there is with that part of it. I mean, what he was saying seemed to me a little bit contradictory, because on the one hand, when you're saying you've got this kind of malaise because parents don't think their kids are going to do as well as they did, I mean, that's pretty self-evidently true. Not necessarily true in fact, but it is true in terms of the perception that people have. But when he talks about this stagnation in terms of technology, I mean, what he would say is, well, other than digital. Put digital. I mean, well, how can you put that to the side, given the fact that most of technological advancement is happening in the digital arena? But he made a point when he's contrasting, say, the language he used of moonshot, where he said, you know, we used to have the word moonshot meant JFK saying we're going to be on the moon in 10 years, and we were, and now it means here's this. Proposal is never going to happen. That's true. So there's some sense of his identifying a real kind of
yeah, Christians love Lord of the Rings. I remember when I was in high school, it was like me and my best friend at the time. We were both really into Lord of the Rings, and she was very Christian. She had a book called Finding God in the Lord of the Rings, and we'd be talking about it, and we'd be like getting along, and then she'd be like, "Yeah, and the ring is the cross that Frodo bears." And I'm like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Anyway.
Disillusionment with the American dream. It's what he thinks the answer to that is that becomes the problem.
I thought it was interesting, Mike, as he talked about this idea of stagnation, frustration with sort of having our feet in the mud and not being able to move forward, that Douthat returned to him and said, I would call this decadence. Teal is certainly touching on the frustration of populism that I'm not heard, I'm not noticed, I need someone to sort of break me free from the bondage of the situation that I'm in. Is it an appropriate corollary to say, no, not what we're experiencing right now, it's not stagnation, it's actually decadence?
Well, I think there's actually an important connection between the cultural phenomena of stagnation and decadence. They're related. I think what Douthat is talking about, and when Douthat brings up decadence, he's doing what every good writer does. He's dropping the name of his book into a conversation. Douthat wrote a great book on decadence, and one that's quite worth reading. But the phenomenon of decadence...
I'm going to speed it up a little bit. I hope you guys are okay with that.
Decadence comes about because you as a culture, you achieve a certain level of prosperity that it's almost as though like prosperity creates malaise. That's Douthat's theme. And then in response to the malaise, all kinds of potentially harmful and culturally destructive things happen because people then, in search of meaning, begin trying to invent meaning out of thin air. So you get weird ideologies, you get weird ideas. Some of it being like what we've seen on the radical left, you know, the most sort of radical ideas of the progressive left, but also some of the ideas that Peter Thiel is really, really into in terms of transhumanism and uploading your consciousness to the...
Yeah, I don't like the snide, whatever, radical left shit here, but whatever. I'd like to know specifically what he thinks the radical left is doing that is anywhere near as concerning as, like, Peter Thiel's best, coolest ideas, but...
the web and, you know, living forever and all the rest of it. So I think there definitely is a connection there because, you know, I'm a big believer in something that Yuval Levine has written about and talked about a lot, which is the idea
got a 1.5 speed now, so
that sort of conservatism as a movement is rooted ultimately in gratitude, that we're grateful for what has been provided to us. We're grateful for the cultural inheritance that's been passed down to us. We're grateful for the prosperity. Like, we don't die of toenail infections that we got while picking potatoes. You know, that's really good. That's a great thing that we get to live in a world that operates like this. And when we lose sight of the
yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can really think of. Like, trans people or whatever, like, the ideas of the radical left they're going to destroy society. Like, the other day I saw a boy with painted fingernails. Like, what the... Rome has fallen, you know? These people. When it's like, okay, so, like, people are subverting gender norms more often versus this guy wants to drink children's blood, live forever, and convert the world into a, you know, authoritarian tech dorkocracy. these things seem roughly equivalent to you as a Christian? You know, I don't know. I don't know what these people.
The benefits of these remarkable historic achievements in terms of things like antibiotics and air conditioning and cable television and all the rest, it becomes easy to become deeply discontent and to start looking for problems to solve that may or may not be solvable or may or may not be problems. Like, hey, I want to live forever, or I want to, I'm creating the kinds of cultural grievances that drive a lot of our politics.
Why to live forever? That's got to be like some kind of a crime against God, right? God doesn't want you to live forever.
Right now, frankly.
I mean, on Earth, he wants you to live forever by his side in heaven or whatever, but...
So Thiel's solution to stagnation or decadence is we've got to have disruption.
Yeah, there you go.
Of some kind.
If he really was a Christian, why would he be trying to achieve immortality? Wouldn't he just be excited to get to heaven?
And his political solution for this stagnation was to support Donald Trump in 2016 for president. Not necessarily, it seems, that Trump would be the agent of disruption, but that his disruptive presence would open a conversation, Thiel said in that interview, about our stagnation. Russell, do you see that worked, that it began to open our eyes to the frustrations that we have been carrying for a long time?
Well, it means that Jimmy Carter's malaise speech was just well before its time, because when he gives this very dark view in 1979 about a crisis of confidence among the American people, of stagnation, of decadence, he's blasted as having a gloomy anti-American view.
I just want to become one with the digital world and rule over it as a god, like every good Christian. I mean, these guys don't seem to like Thiel, right? Am I misreading this? Am I projecting my own beliefs onto them? I can't imagine anyone likes Peter Thiel, who's like got a shred of humanity. But
that would never succeed with people. Now that has just become standard, routine sort of rhetoric. So you do have this gloomy, fearful, anxious sort of time that is framed by the Trump era. I don't think that what has happened is what Thiel is asking for, which is this moment that so shakes people's consciousness that they say, therefore, let's get back to what made us great. Because if you look at all of these examples that these people are giving of American greatness are happening between World War II and the 1970s. That's what Thiel keeps pointing to, and yet this is the very post-war consensus sort of time period that they want to tear apart the transatlantic alliance and American global leadership and so forth. So it doesn't really make sense or hold.
I think it's worth pointing out as well, like with Thiel, you can go back and you can look at some comments that he made right after this previous election, and frankly, you can look at most of the times that he makes a reference to the Lord of the Rings. There's almost I don't. This will sound very harsh, but I genuinely have chosen these words carefully. There's almost a kind of functional illiteracy with Thiel, where he chooses these big, grandiose reference points and doesn't seem to understand that he's indicting himself when he does it.
Yeah.
So right after the 2024 election, he went around and he kept talking about the Ancien regime, right, which is this reference to the French Revolution and how the problem with the French Revolution, that there was this regime and they thought the party would never end, and then eventually the revolutionaries came for them. Look, if we have a French Revolution style revolution in our country.
I love conservatives who are like so conservative that they go back to like the fucking birthplace of conservatism and they're like, this is where it all went wrong. Yeah. What was that guy from the French Revolution? Like Adam Burke? People were like, I'm an Adam Burke conservative or something like that. It's like, no, we should still have kings. No, not Adam Burke. Who the fuck am I thinking of? I looked up Adam Burke and if that's a comedian. French Revolution. Edmund Burke, not Adam Burke. Sorry. Listen, I'm not educated. Yeah. Edmund Burke, the British statesman. Yeah. But that's what Thiel is. Thiel is a Edmund Burke guy. Yes. Thank you to the Finland station.
Do you know who people are going to come after?
Yep.
Peter Thiel. Like, he's the villain in the French Revolution story if we had one today. He just launched this company that's like a crypto bank that is a very grand vision for the crypto bank, and he named it Erebor, which is where all the people of Dale and all these dwarves and everyone else stored their money that Smog the dragon came in and stole from them and killed everyone. Right. Like, this is not a good promise. You don't want to put your money in Erebor because Smog's going to steal it and kill you if you try to take it away from him. he seems oblivious to those kinds of references. And frankly, this interview with Ross Douthat was really revelatory in that front, because Douthat kept pointing that out several times in that interview. Thiel would identify a certain kind of evil that he's worried about or whatever, and Douthat would basically say, I don't know, man, that kind of sounds like you.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting that you bring that up, because Thiel in this interview said he recalls this moment in 2024 when he's talking to Elon Musk, and Elon Musk realizes that, quote, woke AI and socialist government will follow him to Mars if he can get there. And Thiel says they have this crystallizing moment where Elon no longer believes in Mars. And Douthat asks him, could AI help to solve that? If, merging mind and machine, we could transcend our humanity, could it solve this sense of malaise, this disappointment that we have with our ability to progress? And this idea of transhumanism seems to be really core to Thiel's whole philosophy of life and business. And I'm sure it's an old idea, but it's a term I've seen popping up a lot more lately. Russell, what is it? Can you define this idea of transhumanism for us?
Well, it's the idea ultimately of addressing the problem talked about in Hebrews chapter 2, that we are held in captivity.
This is where Peter Thiel, right after he said the Antichrist thing, he starts talking about transhumanism, and he says some crazy ass shit. That's such a Boromir thing to say, Godels.
Through fear of death. But the answer is one very different. So instead of Jesus taking on flesh and blood that he might defeat death and the one who holds the power of death, instead it is we merge with machines in some way or the other and technologically keep ourselves alive. So if you look at the earlier versions, and Ross brought this up in the interview, Thiel was he said it was like a Tupperware party for places that would cut your head off your corpse and freeze it for the day when it could be unfrozen later. That was the thing in the 90s.
Let's watch the clip on humanism if I can find it. Transhumanism, I mean. And this is...
You would prefer the human race to endure, right?
Yeah, this part.
You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know.
This guy, I love it. He just cannot believe how badly Peter Thiel is doing here.
I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should
this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so it's always
Solve what problems? The problems of democracy?
I don't know. Transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses, and a transsexual is someone where you change your penis into.
What is this? He's just doing word association? And a transportation device is something that takes you somewhere else. And a transmogrifier is a thing from a Calvin and Hobbes storyline. And a transit system is a thing that I don't take to work because I am a billionaire.
Into a vagina, and we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And
this is just the problem with trans people, is that they don't transform enough. It's what, just that? No, not enough, man. You gotta do more.
Okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole.
That sounds like less than getting gender affirmation surgery. It's oh yeah, you had surgery done on your genitals? Well, I changed my mind once. And also, did you, Peter Thiel? When have you ever changed your mind? You still think the same thing you thought as a child in Naziville, South Africa. Southwest Africa.
Your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. That transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole self. And so,
right, but
that isn't what. Oh, that's so stupid.
Wait. Sorry. I generally agree with what I think is your belief. that religion should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of divine providence has to encompass the fact that we have progressed and achieved and done things that would have been unimaginable to our ancestors. But it still also seems like, yeah, the promise of Christianity in the end is you get the perfected body and the perfected soul through God's grace. And the person who tries to do it on their own with a bunch of machines is likely to end up as a dystopian character.
Well, he's trying to make Peter Thiel sound less insane, but his sounds also crazy as fuck.
Well, it's let's articulate this.
And you can have a heretical form of Christianity, right? That says something else.
I don't know. I think the word nature does not occur once in the Old Testament, and so if you and there is a word in which a sense in which the way I understand the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things, and the closest thing you can say to nature is that people are fallen. And that's the natural thing in a Christian sense, is that you're messed up. And that's true. But, there's some ways that, with God's help, you are supposed to transcend that and overcome that.
Okay, so that's what they're talking about.
And now it is this idea of downloading consciousness into the cloud or nanotechnology, where the machine becomes so integrated with the human being that there's no longer any difference between machine and person. And I mean, that was probably the most widely shared part of the interview, is Ross saying, so do you think that human beings should exist and should continue? And he couldn't answer that question because ultimately he doesn't. Now, this is really important because, to Mike's earlier point, he's warning about the Antichrist. And you have Ross sitting here saying, okay, so here you are, this utopian transhumanist who's working on universal surveillance technology, and you're worried about the Antichrist. It's not just that. It is that the way that the Antichrist is defined in Scripture is, John says in 1 John, that the spirit of Antichrist denies that Jesus has come in the flesh. And so you have this sense of transcending human flesh in some way other than incarnation, where Jesus becomes kind of an avatar for what you're trying to do. But it's Tower. This is Tower of Babel.
Well, yeah, no, Godels. Why does nobody ever just ask, "What the hell are you talking about?" Because everybody's like sucking up to him because he runs everything. He's got the fucking. He owns the guy who's about to become president, J.D. Vance. He's not a guy you want to cross. So New York Times sends out this weird guy, their like resident conservative, to interview him. And this dude is just like making excuses and trying his best to make him palatable. He's like, no, I think I agree with what I think you're saying, which is that very silly. Very silly stuff.
Babel, it's not Jacob's ladder that we're talking about here, and it's very, very, very dangerous.
Peter Thiel says in that interview that transhumanism isn't enough, but that it can be paired with Orthodox Christianity, that you have this potential to change your body, and with Christianity, your soul and your whole self. Mike, this is not.
When does Christianity say you change your body?
What the Apostle Paul is talking about when he's talking about renewing your mind, right?
Okay. No, I really appreciate that they also think that he sounds nuts. Like maybe these guys are whatever, transphobic or something. I mean, I don't know. Clearly they don't like the radical left, whatever they think they mean by that. But they also hate Peter Thiel, which makes me like them.
No, and it comes back to this functional illiteracy point. Like you can't call it Orthodox Christianity if you're talking about transcending the body. That's a second century heresy.
Right?
That's like a second century heresy we call Gnosticism. By the way, my favorite detail in that story about Thiel throwing this party, because it was like they invited these people into the PayPal staff to pitch the staff on getting their heads frozen after they died. My favorite detail in the story is that the party didn't end very well because they couldn't get the dot matrix printers to work well to print up the contracts. It's like what? There's a metaphor right here, like the cosmos is speaking to you, saying this is not going to work, and they didn't seem to notice the irony.
Russell,
if you can't get the printers don't work in your futuristic, cryogenically frozen whatever company, then I think I'll pass. I'll just get cremated.
Seems like a really confusing way of mixing politics and theology, particularly when 1 Thessalonians 5:3 is cited that the Antichrist promises peace and safety. How do you interpret that when you consider that Thiel has been such a strong advocate for Donald Trump over the last 8 years?
Well, I mean, think about
is this where we're going to find out what they think about Trump?
Antichrist promises peace and safety. You could translate that as freedom from stagnation and decadence. And to technologically get the country moving again. The answer to that sense of the clamoring for peace and safety is not in 1 Thessalonians utopian technological visions. It's instead the exact opposite. It is faith, hope, love, the conforming.
And Reddington, Apostle Paul speaking about the corruptible body is changed into an incorruptible one and from heaven, 1st or 2nd Corinthians. That's the reference. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So like, when you die, your body will change. I don't know, Finland. I have no idea. I've catch little hints of it. I assume that they're some kind of conservative. I mean, I don't know. If they're representing all of Christianity today, then I assume they would have to be. I don't think there's a lot, especially from an American perspective. I don't think there are many, what are they called? Not revolution Christians, the guys who are like using, I don't know, whatever. I don't think they're like left-wing Christians.
Of the person into the image of Jesus Christ, and so he's taking these biblical concepts completely out of context and emptying them of all meaning. In order to have kind of the power of the Christian language, but with an essentially Hindu vision of reality. I mean, this.
Yeah, this guy put it best. Peter Thiel uses the Bible the same way he uses Lord of the Rings. That's a perfect way to say all this.
Is techno.
Yes, that's what I was trying to think of. Liberation theology.
Hinduism here, but the Christian language gives it a kind of cultural power. And so he uses it even though it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he wants to borrow the moral authority from Paul's letter to the Thessalonians without Paul's prescription to the Thessalonians, which was to live a quiet life, work with your hands, and live at peace with your neighbor. Thiel's prescription is techno-revolutionaryism, which is evil and demonic, frankly. When you examine it.
You're right. Okay, great. Evil and demonic. Thank you for using the accurate terms that I, as an atheist, also agree with. I'm glad we can be on the same page about this.
Exactly what he's prescribing. It's a denigration of the human person as made in the image of God.
And if you look at Revelation 13, the way that the beast figure, the Antichrist figure, actually gains power is because you have this fear among people that they're able to be protected by this powerful Superman kind of figure who is like the beast and who can fight against it. I mean, that's the word. Revelation is coming in and saying that it is a completely satanic view of reality. Instead, it's the martyrs, it's the beheaded ones who are on the throne in heaven. It's the Lamb who is slain who is seated on the throne in heaven. And this beastly view of human worth and of human power and of human protection from all these bad things is wrong. So you have Thiel coming in, and just like he's doing in Lord of the Rings, he's saying, let's look at the.
Yes, it's the martyrs and the good people and the people who sacrifice themselves for humanity who sit on the throne, not the beasts. Like, that's in heaven. Obviously, the opposite is true on earth, but yeah.
Apocalypse, but he's taking the.
Yeah, MJF. Peter Thiel buried Gawker. Yes, there's a very good book about it called Conspiracy. That's a little bit kind of, they like pro Thiel, or they like Thiel because they're kind of, I don't know, it was written a little ways back, but when Peter Thiel buried Gawker by funding Hulk Hogan's lawsuit, like, when you get down to the details of that shit, that would sound like something from fucking, what's the word? Like Alex Jones or something. Like, if you just heard that, you'd be like, if somebody was trying to describe to you what Peter Thiel did, you'd be like, come on, dude, that's not right. If it hadn't been fully proven, this is like a real world conspiracy by shadowy billionaire elites that actually happened, where they overturned free speech and were able to destroy a company. And Hulk Hogan's lawsuit was the big thing, but it is not the only thing that they did. They funded tons of other lawsuits. That's how Peter Thiel got caught doing this. If he just done the Hulk Hogan lawsuit and then walked away, he would have been fine. But then people started noticing, wait, why is the same lawyer and the same team, like, working with all these other people suing Gawker at the same time. Wait, something's happening here. And then they finally, like years later, connected it back to Thiel. And like, yeah, I mean, that's true too, Finland. Only place writing about Epstein at that time. One of the only places. And fucking, like, yeah, like Gawker published the Black Book. They were the ones who published the unredacted version of the Black Book. But like, if you want to hear my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, this has not been approved. This has not been confirmed. You remember Gamergate? I think Peter Thiel funded Gamergate. I think Peter Thiel did Gamergate. I think he worked with a lot of the people that he had helping him promote the fucking Hulk Hogan lawsuit and a bunch of other shit. Milo Yiannopoulos, Mike Cernovich, all these guys. He got them to tweet shit out because what was Gamergate about? Remember? Gamergate was originally about an article written by Zoe Quinn in Gawker. Zoe Quinn Gawker. That's what Gamergate was all about. That's how it started. So he thought this would be a way to what's it called? He thought this would be a way to take down Gawker. Anyway, I don't know. I might have some of that wrong. Did Zoe Quinn was she not writing for Gawker? It says she was the Zoe Post by Quinn's ex-boyfriend. Oh no, sorry. That was the one on a blog. But she was writing for, and yeah, so he was saying that she was like corrupt or something. Where do I find I have this right, I think. Let me just search Gawker on this page. Gawker Media. Oh, this is from the Wikipedia page on Gamergate. When members of the games industry are being driven away from their houses or jobs, threatened or abused, it makes Gamergate's claim that it is engaged in an ethical campaign appear laughable. The campaign's focus broadens to take on other targets in the news media, as with Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against Gawker Media. So there's like even similarities with what's going on here. Gamergaters attacked gaming websites that criticized Gamergate and gaming websites that expressed support for diversity, including Kotaku, game developer Ars Technica, Polygon, and Gawker. This strategy emerged once Gamergaters found that harassing Quinn about their sexual history was a blah, 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 blah. Yeah. IRC chat list showed the Gamergate movement was focused on destroying Zoe Quinn first. What is Gamergate and why? Yeah, that's right. Zoe's ex-boyfriend, I shouldn't say Zoe Quinn started it all, but he wrote this post on his blog that was about Zoe Quinn, who was thought she was a writer for Gawker. Is that not true? That does sort of throw off my theory a little bit. She developed the interactive fiction game Depression Quest. Oh no, sorry, she wasn't a writer for Gawker, was she? She was a programmer, and then there was when the game came out, it got a good review. Yes. The former boyfriend of Quinn posted a lengthy blog post detailing his relationship with them. Based on the contents of the post, Quinn was falsely accused of receiving positive coverage from a journalist with whom they were in a relationship. It was later shown that the journalist Nathan Grayson had only written about him once. And he wrote for Kotaku, which is a part of Gawker, wasn't it? Yeah, Kotaku is a video game website launched as a part of the Gawker Media Network. There it is. Okay, there it is. That's what I was trying to say. So Zoe, I'm sorry guys, I got that wrong. Zoe was a computer programmer. She broke up with her loser ex-boyfriend. She got there was a article written that was a positive review of a game that Zoe Quinn had made in Gawker, in Kotaku, which is owned by Gawker. So my theory that I'm putting forward here, no evidence for this, but my theory is that Gamergate was Thiel as well. I think Thiel did Gamergate. And Gamergate is like the fucking source of every evil thing about the internet. Well, I shouldn't say that. No, it's not. But it is essentially the Gamergate formed the recipe for the modern day internet harassment campaign. The people on whatever 4chan and wherever figured out exactly how to destroy people. And you see it today. I'm telling you, the pattern in every right wing group mass harassment campaign against whatever, a trans person or a black person or whatever. That's Gamergate. And you see the same, the left do it too in cancellation campaigns. This is Gamergate. Gamergate affected everyone. It wormed its way into our brains and it changed who we are. And it was a Peter Thiel thing. Peter Thiel thing. You see why I'm so paranoid.
Side of the beast.
It's funny because it's true. It just really is.
I can imagine someone listening to this saying, "This is wacko. I would never follow this."
That listener would be correct.
This is crazy. I would never agree to a philosophy of life, of humanity that sounds like this. And as we close, I want to humanize Thiel for just a moment here so that he doesn't become a caricature, because all of this seems to stem from his very existential fear of death. Even a decade ago, Thiel said in an interview with The Telegraph, he said, "There are three ways you can approach death. You can accept it, you can deny it, or you can fight it. I think our society is dominated by people who are in denial or acceptance, and I prefer to fight it." And I think that quote is really telling, because behind all of the bravado, behind all of the technological progress conversation, is a person who's scared of their own humanity. And I wonder, that's something that Peter Thiel experiences, that you and I have.
That is so true. He is afraid of his own humanity. I mean, the whole reason that he went after Gawker to begin with is because they published an article that saying that he was gay. And he was most upset not by the article itself, but in a comment on the article that said, well, she is gay, but he wasn't publicly out of the closet. And Gawker kind of sucks. I'm not gonna defend Gawker. They shouldn't do that. It's bad to do that. But he wasn't even most upset by the article. It was mostly there was a comment on the article by the owner of Gawker, forget his name, but that guy had written, "The crazy thing here isn't even that he's gay. It's that why is he trying to hide that? Why did he try to hide that for so long?" That's what upset Peter Thiel, because it was you're saying I'm weird? You're saying I'm a strange person? Yeah, I'll show you. I will move heaven and earth to fucking destroy you. And then you'll be sorry that you ever called me weird. It's well, that's a weird thing to do though.
Have to reckon with, and we're watching him do it in a way that is unhealthy. How do we reckon with our very fragile humanity in a world where we often feel like Thiel, it's clear, we feel like we have very little power?
Well, what Thiel's wanting to do is to get back to the tree of life in the Garden of Eden, bypassing the cross to get there. And what Scripture tells us is...
You can't bypass the cross on the way to the tree of life. Thiel, you trying to take a shortcut? No, you gotta go by the cross, man.
There's a flaming sword there guarding the way. And the reason there's a flaming sword guarding the way is because God says, if they come back, they will eat of it and live forever, meaning in the state that they're in. That this life of spiritual death, if you just extend that out, it is not life. It's a zombie-like existence. And so instead, we have to be crucified with Christ and resurrected by his power, something that we can't do on our own at all. And so the reason why this stuff, as wacky as it is, can be really, really dangerous is it can seep into the way that we see things and the way that we see death. So if you have this kind of despair about death and this kind of fear that I'm going to die, and you're not entrusting yourself to God's grace, then you're going to become like a frightened animal, trying to find any way to fight back against that in ways that are ultimately destructive and self-protective in a way that Jesus is actually trying to free us from all of that.
Listeners, this conversation touches on many of the ideas that we're going to be exploring over the next 3 weeks in our AI mini-series. Watch for the first episode to hit your podcast feed on Tuesday. If you're not already, make sure to subscribe to the Bulletin wherever you listen to podcasts. Listen to the full episode wherever podcasts are found.
Interesting. I know. That's funny. I wonder if I went to their page, if I'd see all their stuff and be like, oh no, they're terrible. John Eldridge on masculinity crisis. Nothing specifically wrong with that. I mean, maybe it's bad if I watched it, but show Barak on matters of the soul. Should church leaders be transparent about finances? Good question. I think so. General Stanley McChrystal. See how that guy's name's highlighted? That's my Opus Dei highlight, so not great. Trump deploys national, but I mean, whatever. Maybe this is a fine interview. Who cares? The fantasy of porn's harmlessness. Okay. Where are all the mature Christian single men? You know what? Like, obviously, I don't agree with all this stuff, but it's not that bad. They had a video on the Coldplay Kiss Cam affair and privacy in the age of surveillance. I mean, that's not a bad angle. Why the world needs a moral order. Does God want me to have fun? I mean, yeah, of course. Where are the Epstein files? Why hasn't Trump released the Epstein files? I mean, you know what? Yeah, maybe these guys are all right. I shouldn't judge them too hard. Let's see. If I search for trans, is there anything? Oh, should church leaders be transparent? Okay. You know what? That was not so bad. Not so bad. Yeah, I forget what's Stanley McChrystal's link with McChrystal Opus Dei. I don't think I spelled his name right. His speech given. Stanley McChrystal is a member of or supporter of the Knights of Malta. See themselves in a. Oh, this is from the Opus Dei website. Seymour Hersh, like one of the best investigative journalists, reportedly claimed that General Stanley McChrystal is a member of blah, 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 blah. Many of them are members of Opus Dei. Hersh's remarks have struck many observers, including people in Opus Dei, as rather puzzling. For the record, General Stanley McChrystal is not a member of Opus Dei, and he stated that he does not belong to the Knights of Malta. Yeah, that's exactly what somebody who's a member of Opus Dei would say, and that's what Opus Dei would say about them. The Opus Dei's whole thing is like, they're like, we're going to tell you what to do, and then you got to go do it, and then you always got to say that it was your idea to do it, and we didn't tell you to do that. And you can't even say that you're a member of Opus Dei. So this is exactly what they said about Bill Barr. Yeah, no, it's, oof. It ain't good. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, guys. That was a little bit of a, I like to sort of have a plan a lot of times, but I kind of dig just going wherever the fucking wind takes me or whatever online. But I've spent a lot of time over the last few months working on the first hour of the stream where we got into Anouska de Georgiou, and I wasn't quite ready to finish. But yeah, I don't know. That was completely just random, totally random stuff. Nothing that I had planned there, but I had fun. I hope that was an enjoyable stream to watch. I am going to end the stream, but before I do, I just want to say shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Thanks for watching. Shout out to what was it called? Cats Are Great or something. One of the people earlier in the chat who became a YouTube member. And wait, McChrystal bought Adnan Khashoggi's yacht in 1988? No way. No, that was Trump, right? You're talking about Trump. Sorry, I thought you were talking about McChrystal there. There are totally Opus Dei streams in Catholicism. The last pope, what was his name? Francis. He did not like those guys. He was trying to fuck them up. He's like the JFK to the Opus Dei's like CIA. You know what I mean? He was like, I need to destroy you guys, but I can't come out and say it because you're too powerful. The current pope against them? Okay, I didn't actually know that. That's good to know. Yes, check out my Twitch. I have never streamed there, but I think my next stream I'm going to try streaming on both. I haven't tried dual streaming yet. Oh yes, Cats Are People. That's right. Thanks, Keen. Cats Are People, the new member. But definitely, if you want to subscribe to my Twitch, I think I have like 10 followers right now. Yeah, hit me up. Here's the link. And please follow me on my second channel. Oh God, it's like kind of desperate. I do not have very many people following me over there. Follow me over there. Thanks, Sweeter Than Anything. Thanks, Bob Matthews. Thanks, MJF. Thanks, Keen. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, everybody. To the Finland, especially. Bob Matthews, Godels. Yes, I know how to say your name. I did put it in a rune translator. And Mickey. Reddington. And everybody. Okay.